Hey, how's it going everybody? Alright, so recently 21 Draw asked me to put together for them a tutorial on gestures. Now honestly, this couldn't have come together at a better time because lately I have been considering actually brushing up on my own gestures and just taking all of those fundamentals a lot further. Right, so what I'm going to be covering in this tutorial is basically my own current understanding and awareness of these fundamentals and taking all of that even a lot further. Because I haven't exactly done anything like this before, so this is going to force me to really focus on areas that I haven't really paid as much attention to as I could have yet. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what all I'll be uncovering with you guys. Alright, so basically this video is going to be structured around the hierarchy of fundamentals within gesture. So basically there is an order to this where you want to be starting off at the most important ground level as your foundation and then moving forwards from there. Because if you're kind of jumping around from various and random gesture fundamentals and mixing that up with anatomy and thinking that you're gonna teach yourself how to get gesture right, you're gonna end up very frustrated. So that is something you want to avoid. Alright, so one thing to note is that this isn't exactly a tutorial on anatomy, but I will be covering certain aspects of that because obviously they are very linked. Alright guys, without me wasting any more time, let's get straight into this. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. Alright guys, so the number one fundamental when it comes to gestures is flow. Now without flow, your gestures are going to be looking stiff, unnatural, and honestly just pretty crappy. So this is an area that cannot be ignored at any costs. Alright, so basically this is my awareness of flow. It's kind of similar to other artists, but it kind of has my own spin on it as well. So also, don't take this as the rule of thumb when it comes to flow. This is just, how I see it personally. Alright, so I've basically broken it down into three sections. The first one being the main flow line, which is pretty much about the flow that runs through the majority of the mass of the figure. So this doesn't exactly include the arms or the feet. And then you have the secondary flow lines, which in this case includes the arms and the feet because those are the lines that just help to complement the flows even further. But without the flow lines of the feet and the arms that help influence, without them being there, it doesn't really change the majority of the flow that runs through the gesture. Alright, and then you have the third one, which is pretty much just the complementary contour flow lines. Now, these are just the lines that run all throughout the figure, whether it be the outlines or just some of the inner lines, just to all help the sort of flow and the movements of the figure really come together in more finer detail. Alright guys, so I'm going to be getting to some warm-ups now. Now warm-ups are really very, very important. Just like anything else in life, warm-ups you got to start off with, because without them you are going to be rusty and honestly you're just going to not be producing the best results that you can, that you're totally capable of. Because in the past I didn't even know about this, about warm-ups, and I would start drawing and I would seriously depress myself a huge amount, and I would almost even want to just stop drawing altogether because I was like, oh, what? I should know better and all that. And then, I pushed through that and realized, hey, wait, this is where my skill is, after about 15-20 minutes or so. So yes, this is so important. Right, so basically I'm going to let this run in real time for the next, I'd say, 15-ish minutes. You guys are welcome to actually fast forward through this, but for those of you who want to see the sort of finer details and qualities of me working in real time, yes, definitely pay attention, because I'm also wanting this to allow you guys to pay attention to all of how I work, my techniques, and the pace that I'm working at. And also, I'm not going to be really explaining anything during this process because I'm wanting you guys to also start formulate questions. To start formulating questions in your mind so that afterwards, when I start to explain things, I can then start to fill that in for you guys. And because I have realized that the greatest way to actually learn things is by having the questions in the first place, instead of just giving everything just kind of spoon-fed to you. So, alright, let us begin. Alright, so that wasn't too bad for 14 minutes. Couple issues here and there, but yeah, I'll get to that in a bit. Right now, I'm wanting to start off with these three figures right here, because honestly, they are the most basic gestures in existence, with them being nothing more than straight, upright, very dead, very cold, very stiff and rigid poses. But hey, this is the starting point, so let's get to it. Alright, so the first level of flow that I would like to share with you guys is the main flow line, the main primary flow line that runs through the majority of the mass of the figure. Alright, so the real value of learning this is just for your awareness. This is no real practical value other than if you're going to be teaching somebody else this level of awareness. Alright, so basically since I'm working with the the one most basic gesture in existence, being this very stiff upright pose, this makes it really easy on you guys to figure out what the gesture is. So for example, this first one over here, can you guys guess the line of the gesture here? No, it's not a curve. It's just a simple straight line running through the mass of the figure. It is only when you move over and you start to turn this same stiff upright figure that you start to see evidence of a bit of a curve happening now. Alright, so the line that I'm working with here is just isolated to pretty much the center of the figure, because all I'm trying to see now is I'm looking at the entire figure. I'm not looking at any specifics of any of that curve or this curve or anything coming out there like that. Only paying attention to how energy or how anything would flow throughout the entire figure. So basically, it would be nothing more than just this is even a more simple one. That's even more basic, but because we want to be a little more specific, we're adding just a little bit of the curves happening there from the head down into like that and around and into. So yeah, there is a bit of an S shape happening there. So that is the first level that you want to become familiar with, and now with this one on the side, yeah, it's pretty much the same. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much that. Because we want to be more specific, we're just adding in the same curve so it comes out and in to the ground like that. Well, basically from the head. Like that. Alright, so this is the very basic S shape, the subtle S shape curve that is the starting point for you to familiarize yourself with the nature of flow. Right, so and basically with these straights and curves like this is pretty much the entire nature around how all the shapes of the flow are going to be coming together in all its different and endless combinations later. But this is the first point. Once again, not paying attention to any of these curves or anything whatsoever at all, keeping it as simple as possible. Well, aside from that other, the most simple being just, that. Yes, so this is level number 1. And level number 2 now basically consists of, okay, since we have the flow line that runs through the head, down the upper and lower torso, like that, this can change now because obviously the legs can do its own thing, and because there are 2 of them, there's now going to be a split in that flow. So if I have to just quickly draw in legs. Alright, so now they have their own flow. They are no longer, even though we were working with a straight line before, because they have separated now into a smaller shape. It now has its own flow. So it's no longer just a straight line going in either direction like that. And now this can vary slightly depending on your anatomy. It can either be from here straight, this first part, or it can be slightly inwards like that, slightly inwards. But because I'm going to be working with a straight line over here, because that's kind of mostly of where it's headed towards for now, with me trying to keep it as simple as possible. So for now, it is still a straight line. It'll be later when we start to become even more specific that changes a bit. Alright, so straight line. And now curves inward like that. Inward like that. Not straight. So yeah, it's already looking like legs. Yes. Right, so and now for this next one, because we're moving the angle, we're getting a different perspective of the same flow line. Now this flow line that was straight over here is now at a bit of an angle. As you can see, just like that. Same with the side. Like that. And then this changes, so it's like a backwards S now. So yeah, that is pretty much it for that one. And this one, yeah, it's okay. So with this one, because we're being more specific now, the flow comes from here and down the neck, around, and there. Okay, so before we were just working with the flow doing that because we were keeping it simple, but because we're being a little bit more specific now, this upper section can be kept, the awareness of these can be kept with that sort of rounded sort of shape happening over there. But with the legs now, you're going to have it, and this can be two ways now. You can either choose between it being straight, in this case we're going to keep it straight, and then curves out like that. So that's basically what we're working with. Could also have the flow in terms where it very subtly goes out like that, and then in pretty much the same as over here, but you know, that's up for you guys to decide, because it can be either or the other depending on which side of the body that you are working with. Alright, so yeah, we'll keep it at an angle like this. Okay, so that is basically the first level broken up into two sections of how flow runs through these most simple gestures that you can come across. Alright, so now moving over to the next stage, which is basically the secondary flow lines, which now includes the arms. Alright, so now we have the straight line running down here like that. Now because we're becoming more specific, and now we're going to be working with the individual parts of the body, now we can be a little more specific in terms of now the axis that you can have the legs on. I know a lot of people, they use just a straight line to sort of hinge the legs on. But in my case, I personally work with okay, before I even go there, okay, in terms of a straight line, that's a little bit more accurate in terms of if you're wanting to go with the anatomy of the body in terms of the hip bones. So in that sense, it works. But for me personally, because I like my curves, I work with the awareness of there being a rounded sort of arc happening over here, because with that arc, that gives me a good idea of the other shapes that are working within this area as well, with the hips and the arms there as well. Almost as though this is the origin of what's radiating outwards like that. Alright, so with that being the first step, then the legs. Okay, now because the legs are here, are pretty much right up against each other like that, the legs are going to be slightly inwards like this now. If you have to part the legs in a way where they are dead straight down like that, yes, they'll be obviously down, but in this case, it's at an angle because yeah, the knees aren't touching like that. Alright, so as you can guess, now the lines that move downwards are outwards like this. Then with the feet, it's very minor. Out like that. Okay, so that's the legs that we've now covered. Okay, for the shoulders, it can pretty much be a straight line. Okay, in this case, let's work with a straight line. And then another straight line going down. And yeah, with the arms resting against the sides of the ribs over there, so it's straight down like that. And because it is working off of the side of the body like this, it curves outwards and in like that. Outwards and in like that. And then, yeah, I might as well get a little bit of a... I don't even have to include the hands right now because, yeah, that's a finer detail. And the flow of the head, which is pretty much just a straight line. Alright, so moving on to the next one. Working with the flow coming from the top of the body here, all the way in. And I'm working with just a curve like that. I'm not worried about any specifics over here whatsoever. Alright, and then from there, okay, we can pretty much work the flow like that for the neck and the head coming through. And now, in the same way with the arc, in the same way we can have a straight line over there, I keep the arc coming through like that, and like that. And then, because, okay, we have the straight lines happening over here, this first one. Over here, because we're now seeing this from a different angle, this is where the curve starts to become a little bit more apparent. So basically, this is where you'll start to see a bit of a curve coming in like that. Same with this side. In like that. And as I'm sure you can guess, now it's going to be moving in the opposite direction. Feet, very subtle. Don't really count too much at this point, but yeah, there's a bit of a slope curve line happening here. Yes. Alright, and then for the shoulders, you can also give it a straight line. But you know, a variation of also, once again, with the straight line, can have it as a bit of a curve, can have this as a bit of a curve as well. But it doesn't really matter at this point because that is going to change in the next stage. So if now, let's go with the straight. Okay, and then the arms go straight down, and when it reaches around the sides of the ribs over here, that's when it changes direction and flares out like that and in. Actually, let's add a bit of hands here. Okay, so it drops and comes out like that. Just so you can see that better. And out like that. Alright, so yeah, that's actually been pretty cool so far. Alright, and with this last one, okay, we have the flow of the neck, the angle, and we're moving through the body. And yeah, use this through the center and curving it all the way around like that. Alright, so at this point, we're going to be working with even more of this curve coming through. So even though it's straight on the side and curved on the side, I'm still going to work with a bit of a curve coming through into the center. And then at this point, we have the curve working in the opposite direction, in that direction like that. Alright, and yeah, then with the shoulders, because the shoulders are up and back like that, to have it slightly off this the line of the center flow, and it's going to be dropping straight down. And because the arm is held by the bicep, it's going to be moving inwards slightly like that as well. It's not just straight. Alright, cool. So that is the second level that you need to become aware of. This is honestly my preferred level of becoming aware of this flow, just because I can get a far better idea of the actual structures that I am working with. And yeah, I love to also see how the nature of this flow actually works together. So, you know, for example, as I pointed out earlier, with the flow of having these angles coming through over here, and then also, you know, I can also demonstrate with the shoulders being at more of an angle, slightly at an angle, because this also works. But yeah, you'll see how that will change in the next segment. So you'll see from this angle of the belly sort of region here, how that goes outwards, and still it causes the sort of outward sort of arc to affect the rest of the angles throughout the flow. So, you know, these sort of subtle things that I like to pay attention to and also try and figure out and discover for myself. Alright, so yes, that is pretty much that for the second level. And now for the third, the complementary contour flow lines. Alright, so now we're going to be working with, okay, so before, what we were doing before was basically working with the inner flow lines running throughout the center of the body. Now, because that awareness is in place, we can start to bring in the contour lines, which is basically the edges and outer lines that sort of indicate the masses that we are now going to be working with. So, in this case, for the first one now, I generally always start off with the upper torso before I even get to the head. So, I have the sides over here. So it's basically, you know, straight, and it curves in like that. Straight, curves in, and yeah, it starts to kink out over here. And because at this point I'm still wanting to keep my lines more or less, well, still quite simple, I'm making sure to, even though there are different angles over here at play, I'm not looking at identifying those just yet. I'm still keeping it simple, and from here I'm going to run this line all the way through to the knee. And this line all the way through to the knee, just so I have the general flow line still in mind. And it's the same with this section, even though the knee has a bit of a definition over here, still keeping, I'm not even paying attention to that right now, still keeping the flow in mind of the curves just bouncing in and out of each other like that. Okay, so we're pretty much identified the majority of the mass now in this way. I personally do break down the upper and lower torso separate from the legs, so do separate it like that. And then, because we're still working with the center line, because now this I'm going to be simplifying some of the lines that we worked with before a bit more. Okay, for example, this flow line runs all the way through the center, as we know before, but I don't really need to keep that there. But I will work with a flow line that works from the belly button all the way through basically to the collarbone area there. And then, yeah, running through down to the legs. And yes, basically over here, because I know that the lower legs, that they curve inwards like that, basically to indicate that even more so, I'll open up the gap in the lowest part of the legs over here. Just like that. Alright, and then with the feet, keep that very basic. Okay, so basically what's happening here is, yeah, we have these curves happening here like that. Very basic. And yeah, this is at this point, this section has, this is where things start to really have a lot more practical sort of application with, you know, these are the lines that you can actually start drawing now when you want to, you know, create your characters. But also it depends on how realistic that you're wanting to, how realistic you want to take your characters or your gestures, and also how, yeah, simple you want to work with them as well. But I'm kind of working in sort of middle of the range sort of level right now. Okay, as now for arms. Arms over here, from the shoulders, they come around like that. And because I'm not really working with any sort of shoulder definition, because I'm still wanting to keep it more or less simple, I'm just going to drop that line once again. Same with the side, rounded shoulder, and drop that line to the side like that. Alright, and then as we know before, it goes around and down like that, around and down like that. And yeah, with the arms, I'm probably going to have to show the arms separately. Basically, how the arms are, okay, so you have the, okay, so far we have it like that, that's being the outer line over there. Okay, so basically the inner line would pretty much be more of slightly in like that. And then, okay, so this is the, okay, I don't want to get too much into anatomy because that will come a bit later. Then the flow line of this contour line, because it comes out like that, it's going to keep on going down, but it'll curve in like this and join with the parallel. It'll become parallel with the outer line on this side. And then, okay, we'll get to legs in a bit, but yeah, that's basically the nature of what I want to show you. So basically, more or less straight on this side, bit of a curve on this side, and then it goes straight over here, and then curves in on that side and down, and then curves out on the side, and is basically down. So that's it. The angle's kind of exaggerated just a little bit, so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Okay, that's a really a lot more exaggerated now, but yeah, you get the idea. And then yeah, the hand there as well. So yeah, straight, curve, straight, and this can actually be curved. So there's a whole bunch of these straight lines and curves that are working in opposition to each other. So straight, you have a straight on the side and a curve on the side. But you have a lot of this sort of, okay, this whole straights and curves, there's a lot of that, and alongside, because I'll show a better example of this in a moment, alongside a lot of this kind of thing happening as well. But when you sort of build an awareness of the straights and the curves, you'll then start to get a much better idea about how to put this together and how to identify it when you're doing your own studies of even real life. All right, so moving on to this next section, this next pose over here. Okay, so because I'm working with just capturing the dominant lines, the outlines. Okay, so this line, I'm just going to bring it straight through over there like that. I'm not worried about any other curves happening over here. Still keeping it simple, so that line running all the way through into the groin area like that. And then you have the back running all the way to the back of the knee like that. So yeah, that's what I was pretty much explaining earlier with that sort of sorry, with that sort of chain
a sort of chained kind of flow happening, because this continues over here when. Okay, so this can either be this line over here, but for the sake of what I want to actually show you guys, I'm going to keep it as a straight line. Because now the straight line is actually, you see, it also depends on also the shapes and the anatomy that you personally have a taste for, because right now I'm working with the shapes and the forms that I personally enjoy. So this line can be straight, doesn't need to be. In a lot of cases it is actually curved, so actually let's go with the curve. Okay, so it's curved there like that. So this is round. This is rounded over here. Let's continue. Okay, actually, instead of this being, I'm going to make this a little bit more specific. So the flow line of this can be all the way in like that as one flow line. Sorry guys, alright, so, okay, so we want to show a little bit of her butt there. And okay, so here is that sort of linked sort of flow line that I was talking about. So we have this angle over here, and then over here it straightens out like that. Okay, well, that's good enough. Okay, and then, okay, so we have a curve here, a straight here, and now we're going to have another curve here. And then on the opposite side, we're going to have it straight. So this is pretty much the whole straights and curves thing that I'm sure some of you have already heard of in some of the other videos online, where, you know, you have these opposing curves and straights that are at play here. So yeah, you know, curve, straight, curve, straight. All right, so, okay, so there's a curve here, and straightening out over here. And then this angle changes and curves this way. And there's more of a... Okay, well, that's as far as I'm going to take the curves now. You see, generally my awareness, how I do it, I normally just run with a straight curve like that. I don't necessarily see that much of a separation over here to over here. Depending on the build of muscles over there, I just pretty much do it like that, pretty much like that. All right, so now for this next leg in the back over here. Now because because this line over here is obstructing the hip over here, this section over here is only going to become visible at this lower section over here. So there's still going to be a whole curve coming through over there like that. And okay, the flow line that happens through here, I know there's a bulge over here like this. That is pretty much the just some of the carve that is coming through on this side now. But this line from the shin pretty much runs through like that. But for the sake of this, I'm going to go with the flow of the outer calf muscle. Actually, I'll keep them both in. It doesn't matter, you know, that, but yeah, since we're working with outer edges, I'm gonna keep that outer calf definition coming through there. Okay, and for the arms now, same story as here, basically, where, yeah, you have the curve coming through. Okay, add the neck over here. So curve straight, and bicep, curve inwards, like that. You have the curve outwards like that and straight. And yeah, down and in. So I'm pretty much doing this sort of these angles within this section over here. And then the hand, which is more inwards like that. And then a bit of evidence of a thumb coming through there. Oh, I forgot to even do the lines on this one here now. Alright, so moving back, this line does curve in just because of the nature of the muscles of the fingers. In like that, and a bit of a definition of the thumb there, because we're still keeping it simple, but yeah, these are details, but I'm adding it there anyway. Alright. A little bit of arm definition, but yeah, pretty much already covered that over there. Oh yes, and a head. Anyway, yeah, the flow line of the head, you know, nothing really too much to add over here, other than, okay, so the proportions of, actually, let me get there, Let me just finish off this one over here. Okay, so yeah, we're working with arms, and this is going to be, and still out and in like that, and thumb pointing outwards now. So yeah, this one was inwards like that, and this one is the opposite direction like that. Yes, okay, and now, okay, I forgot to actually add this earlier before, but yeah, I just keep to adding only the center line of the flow on the center from the belly button upwards all the way to the collarbone area over here. And then, but yeah, the flow of the center line comes inwards over here, but we're not really working with these lines just yet. Those are more for like anatomy, sort of, yeah, the anatomy section a little bit later, which I'll get into more. But yeah, you already kind of got an idea about me already sort of putting that over there. So I'll leave that there. All right, so add the head there quickly. All right. And for this, okay, yeah, I can also separate the upper body from the lower body. Now, with this section, also, once again, just the upper body, and this flows all the way through into the groin area, which, yeah, is pretty much flow all the way through like that. Okay, and once again with the legs, we're working, you know, with the same straights and curves as I explained before, with the curve over here, and yeah. Okay, it can be this whole straights and curves thing. Like, I know for me personally, it only worked to a degree with this sort of system in place, because once again, you know, this isn't necessarily straight, but for now I'm just showing it to you guys because I'm still keeping it simple. There is a little bit of a curve happening there within this part of the leg. Alright, but for now, straight. Curve. And then I'll curve this side. But yeah, because I'm not going to have that straight. I'm personally going to keep this at a curve now. At this angle, this is where it would be more straight on this inner line over here. But as the angle changes more, this changes. And then straight it down like that, and then right, so same story with arms, curve, straight down, straight, okay, give it a little bit of a curve there for the bicep. So yeah, straight, well, yeah, curve, straight, and then opposite, curve, like that. So the arm is, yeah, having this angle in like that. keeping this one straight and this one curved in. Then the line of the back pretty much follows through into the neck like that. And then you have the head. And the hand quickly. Alright, so yeah, and then you have it coming in there, and then you can add that sort of definition between the legs and the upper body there as well. Alright guys, so that is pretty much it in terms of the flow lines. Oh wait, okay, in terms of the arm, I just want to quickly show the similarity between the flow lines of the arms and the flow lines of the legs. So let me create quickly. Okay, and then just as a reminder, I'm still just teaching you guys the awareness of these flow lines and how they come together, and not necessarily the most efficient way of how to draw them, which is a separate practice that is built on the foundation of the awareness of these flow lines. Okay, so basically the similarities that there are, basically you have the same story basically with the forearms being very much similar to how calf muscles can actually be. So just in terms of the top of the muscle over here, this muscle is always higher than the muscle that comes out in the forearm over here. So it's always lower like that. Yeah, this is the arm, yeah, the arm on the left and the leg on the left. So yeah, there's always this sort of angle happening there like that. And yeah, so it comes down in like that. Same with this, down in like that, and out and down like that, and out and down like that. And yeah, this can pretty much be a straight line, pretty much be a straight line. And yeah, there is this curve here, and yeah, there is that curve there. And yeah, depending on the anatomy of your forearm, there is a flat line there as well, as much as there is one there. So yeah, that's just kind of showing the arm in a little bit more of an exaggerated sort of fashion, just to show you the similarities between the curves of the leg and the curves of the arm. Alright guys, so to now conclude this section of the tutorial, I am now wanting you to do these few exercises, just to help you better register everything that I've already shared so far. Alright, so I am wanting you to do 30 sketches in total, but I'm wanting you to do 10 of each of the 3 angles that I've already covered for you in the previous part of this video. So, when going about the 10 sketches for each angle, there's a specific order to this. I'm wanting you to alternate between studies and testing yourself, studies and testing yourself. So, for the first 3, I'm wanting you to just do studies. Now by studies, what do I mean by that? I mean that you can take exactly what I have out for you and copy it directly. But by copying, you need to make sure that you are keeping in mind the placement, the angles, and the flow. Alright, so it's not just copying, it's mindful copying. Alright, so that by your 4th sketch, you are now putting those references aside. You're even going to be covering up these sketches that you've already done, and now you're going to be testing what you have already learned so far. So that by your 5th sketch, you are now going to be returning to that reference, and you are going to be drawing and doing another study once again. So that for your 6th sketch, you're going to be testing yourself again. After your 6th sketch, for your 7th, you will do one final study. just to fill in whichever gaps that still remain, so that for your last 3, you're going to be using those 3 to test yourself. But for the duration throughout the 10 sketches for each, I'm wanting you from the beginning to take your time to make sure that you have everything set in place, from flow, placement and proportion, and just all of that, all in order. And I want you after that to pick up your pace ever so slightly, so that by the last 3 tests, you can, with more confidence now, pick up your pace quite significantly compared to how you first started out. So, I'm going to demonstrate now how I would like you just to go about the sort of pace from beginning through to the end. Okay guys, so when you're going to be doing this, you have the choice between either working with a fine liner or a pencil. It doesn't really matter, because I really want to encourage you to not erase whatsoever. Alright, so for your first, and also another point that I want to make clear over here is I want you to draw over what you're drawing, so that you have no perspective issues that are going to be throwing out your proportions. Alright, so right now I am drawing at quite an angle because of all my video stuff in the way over here, so I want everything to read correctly, but I want you guys to draw directly over so that there's no proportion issues happening there. Alright, so when sketching out, I generally start off with the upper torso, and then I move my way down to the lower torso. Alright, now this, I'm wanting you guys to do this in a way where you are copying, studying what I already laid out for you in the digital section. Alright, just take your time here. Okay, now I'm sure some of you are familiar with some of those online exercise sites where they basically give you the option between about 10 seconds up to a minute or 2, and then it gives you a series of about 20 photos of poses that you've got to quickly get down in that time limit that you choose. Now, what I found for myself personally was that only really allows you to get into space to force yourself to loosen up and to identify the flow lines as quickly as possible, and for that to be your priority, because you've only got a very limited amount of time. So in that sense, it's good for that. In terms of actually teaching you those specific poses, that's where it falls short, because you'll see that after you have completed any of those exercises online, it will be extremely hard for you to actually recall any of those poses that you drew from your imagination. So it's not really going to teach you how to draw any of those one poses. That's just those exercises, for me personally, I just saw them as giving you the space to loosen up and just to focus on the most fundamental priorities. What I'm sharing with you guys now is more about taking your time to actually really identify a lot more, taking a lot more, and then to also include those sort of faster paces that those online exercises also offer. But more towards the end of this exercise, when you'll see that I speed up quite significantly compared to the pace that I'm looking at now. And then once you have finished your 10 sketches of each of these poses, or each of these angles, I really do encourage you to do them all over again, because 10 is really the bare minimum that I'm wanting you guys to go for. You'll see that if you have to do it again, you will only show yourself a greater and greater improvement. So the greater the repetition, the better and better you'll get. Alright, so this is probably a bit quicker than I would recommend that you go about this, just because I'm already quite familiar with these things. So yeah, you can take your time even more so than this. And then once you've done your first 3 at your own pace, to make sure you have everything in order by the last stage, this is the kind of pace that I would like you to try and aim for. If you can't keep up with this, not a problem. Just try and push yourself out of your comfort zone, because when you push yourself out of your comfort zone, this is where you really start to learn. Right. Okay, and just to make sure I'm clear about this, I don't want you guys to draw them in a sense where you're skipping from the front angle to the 3/4 to the side angle when you're doing your 10 of each. I want you to only focus on the one angle and get those 10 down, and then move on to the next angle and the next one. So yeah, just thought I'd quickly clarify that for you guys. Right, so that's more or less the kind of pace. And you'll see I'm not exactly trying to add in almost and be super accurate here. I'm just trying to pick up my pace in a way where I'm still getting the general flow and proportions more or less in order. And you'll see that the more you do these repetitive studies, the better and better you'll get at them, because repetition is how the brain learns. Okay, and if you want to take these sketches even further with even more pace, this is where you are welcome to even leave lines out, as long as you're getting the general flow all in order here. So I'm going to work at even a faster pace now. Alright, something kind of like that, where I'm only worrying about putting one single line for the arm here, make sure the flow is coming through. Then for the legs, trying to get the flow lines all happening over here. You know, whether you work in with the just adding like part of the middle line or outer lines, whichever is giving you a good enough sort of sense of still capturing the flow throughout. Even if you're missing lines, it's still totally fine. As you can see, I haven't even bothered adding the hands or the feet, you know, I have no space there anyway, or even the neck. It's just about minimizing things in a way where you're still capturing the essence of the flow and proportions. Alright, and then once you have done these sketches, all 30 of them, I'm then wanting you to take this a step further and reverse engineering this even further back. So basically taking it back to the secondary flow lines, just so that you can check yourself that everything that you have your flow in the correct place. So right now I'm just using a Sharpie marker, and now I'm going to be going through just making sure that I have everything in order. And then for this section, I'm not necessarily going to be giving you any exercises in terms of any practicals with the primary flow line, just because in this case I'm wanting you to rather just be aware of the sort of the very basic and subtle S-shape flow curve that is running through the 3/4 and side angle. So yeah, because the primary flow is so basic for these, yeah, I'm rather going to get to the primary flow exercises with some of the other more advanced gestures. So yeah, we'll still get to that, but this is as far as I'm wanting you to go for this part of the tutorial. And then yeah, you are welcome to do this for every single one, just to make sure yeah, everything is in check, because once again this is just about really imprinting the best sort of understanding in terms of flow and how that's all going to be working for you guys. Alright, so that pretty much concludes everything I'm wanting you to do in terms of these exercises now, and you will see that by the end of these 30 you will already have such a much better idea. Honestly, for me personally, because I left these sorts of very basic poses out for so long and I only focused on the more dynamic poses, when I had to actually get to something as simple as this, I had a hard time. I really shocked myself when I realized, hey, you know, I can draw these other poses, but it's, you know, in terms of something as simple as this, I really struggled. So this is your starting point. This is your absolute foundation in terms of moving forward from here. So now we're going to be moving over to the next part of this tutorial in the next video. Alright, so because I've already covered the most basic form of flow with you guys, I'm now going to be moving it up a stage in evolution and moving it through into flow in angles. Alright, so before I can really even do that, I just need to quickly break down with you guys the different segments of the body that I do angle in relation to this next step. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be working with these figures over here and just breaking those down for you guys so I can show you what I mean by angles. Alright, so there we have them there, and I'm going to quickly just break this down for you guys. So this is the first section, the upper torso, lower torso, the upper legs, lower legs, and then the upper arms and the lower arms. And the head. And yes, let's add the feet there as well. Alright, so just to start off with, let's just work with this first figure now so I can show you what I mean. Alright, so basically, when it comes to this first figure, let me actually... Okay. Now this first figure, very basic, but now it has a lot more life to it compared to those previous examples. So you can see in this case there is already a sense of the flow working through this direction. Yes, the majority of the waist of the body of the figure is in this direction. The head is kind of pointing it in this direction, but you know, we're working with mostly this sort of flow right now. So, alright. Actually, we can even, let's work it with the flow. So, in this case, we can be doing it in this case, just so it's more coherent with everything else. Cool. There you go. Nice S shape happening there. Alright guys, so before I even continue, I've noticed a little bit of a an issue with this arm in particular, and I'll explain to you why in a moment, but for now I'm just going to remove it. But yes, right after this we're going to be getting to those angles, or better said, contrapposto. So yeah, that's coming up real soon. There we go, I'm feeling more comfortable with that now. Let me show you what it was before. Okay, not that far though. Okay, from that to that. Basically, I felt that this over here was not far out enough, and the flow of when I'm not only looking at the arm, I'm looking at the broader flow that's happening here. So basically, you can see the flow that links the left arm around like in an O to the arm on the right. That flow is too up, even though it's sitting even though the angle has the hip high on the one side, it's still a little bit too high for my liking. So by extending it more downwards like that, it just opens it up more like that. So, and also I'm making sure as well to having the connection points at where the leg meets the lower torso on both sides. That is their connection points. This can vary as well, like you can have it like up here as well, depending on your pose or what you're after. But yeah, those are the two connection points that I'm going for, well, the one in particular I'm going for right now. And also you can notice that the flow now is far more coherent. So you have this arm coming through over here, which is connecting this side, and yeah, there's a much better flow that's happening now. Alright, so where were we? Ah yes, contrapposto. Now I've written up something here because I'm simply not going to remember all of this. Now contrapposto, which is the Italian word for counterpose or counterpoise. According to recorded history, this movement has its roots from as early as 480 BCE in ancient Greece, and was later revived in the Italian Renaissance by our artist forefathers Michelangelo, Leonardo, Donatello and Raphael. Yes, the Ninja Turtles. Anyway, as we know it now, contrapposto is now widely used by artists the world over. But what exactly is contrapposto? I'll show you. Alright, so contrapposto is nothing more than a result of the figure leaning most of its weight on the one leg. So in this case, that would be this leg. And as a result, it causes this side of the body to drop, causing this angle. So you have this one dropping. This one doesn't really go anywhere, so it's not like this one rises. This is just the one that drops. And yeah, as a result of this angle, for the body to rebalance itself, it has to counteract that in a way. So the only way it does that is by causing another angle to occur in the opposite direction, which causes the balance. And yes, that is really nothing more to it. It is as simple as that. And you know, these poses with contrapposto are all over the place. I mean, there's nothing fancy about this pose whatsoever. It is everywhere, and yes, you can see its appeal because it does instantly add a more relaxed and more alive feel to the person versus the other very symmetrical and stiff and rigid pose. So as you'll see with these examples I had earlier, all of these are contrapposto. Nothing fancy about it whatsoever. So as you can see, counter angles here, 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 and here. And then, you know, if you want to take it a step further, you can even have a look at the angles elsewhere, which, you know, in this case, what normally seems to be the case is that the angles of the knees sometimes will follow suit with the angles of the hips that result. Or, you know, it can be either horizontal. It depends on how far forward the leg is or how far back that is, because that can also have a result, and also depends on your perspective as well on the character. So yeah, but the most important part of contrapposto is the weight leaning mostly on the one leg, causing the tilt in the hips and the rebalancing of the upper body in the opposite direction. Okay, so when starting out with contrapposto, the best thing you can familiarize yourself with is the torso. So basically, yeah, I have two examples over here. Basically, the most important part is making sure that you have the upper torso and the lower torso at opposing angles, because this is your most important foundation when it comes to moving forward. So yeah, just make sure that you sketch out in a way where upper first and lower second. Alright, so I have two over here because these are just two different examples of the angled torso, in a way where this first example, the torso is pushing outwards, whereas this one over here, it's more leaning inwards into itself like that. So, you know, when it comes to contrapposto, you also want to make sure that you have an intent of what exactly you want to be going for. Because if you don't know the difference between the two of these, then yeah, you're gonna be kind of going round and round, not realizing that you need to be very more specific first before you actually go ahead. All right, so I've got some. I'm gonna get to some examples now of all the variations that you have of contrapposto, because even though contrapposto is most used and most common for just the very basic idea of, like, for example, the statue of David, of just a slight, shift like that, so that most of the weight is leaning on the one leg, and then with supporting weight on the other. There are a lot more variations of that because contrapposto is based on these counter angles, and most of the weight being on the one, and then supporting, then the other leg just being the supporting leg. So since that is the foundation to contrapposto, in that sense, there is a lot of room to play around with. So if I just go ahead with the general contrapposto pose. That is basically what we're looking at. Alright, and now I'm going to show you other variations which are still contrapposto. They just look different because, once again, it's just about your choice of how you're wanting the legs and the arms to basically come all together. Alright, so even this pose, which is quite a well-known one, this one too is contrapposto. Oh, what also helps as well is ghosting your motions. So basically what I mean is just going round and round before you actually commit to your stroke. So in that sense, you can already get a bit of a feel for, hey, is that the right choice? And yeah, it just makes life a little easier in that way. So yeah, we all know this one. This is definitely contrapposto. Once again, because counter angles are happening here, and most of the weight is being leaning on this leg over here, with this one only giving a little bit of support. Even though this one seems as though it's the main leg because it's the one that's showing most, this is the one that is basically the is giving the sort of least effort in terms of holding her up. Because if you had to basically take this leg and lift it up, she would still be standing. So yeah, that's one thing to take note of when going ahead with some of these poses. So that, yeah, even in terms of this one over here, even though this one's supporting, possibly because more weight's being put on this one, and this one is only very subtly supporting, this one you might lose your balance, whereas this one, because yeah, most obviously you'll still keep your balance when leaning on this one like that. Okay, so then you have other variations. So basically still this leg being the same as this one pretty much. Oh, and then just to make sure I didn't confuse you guys, with that previous pose where I tilted the leg up like that, that pose is now no longer contrapposto because it still needs that supporting leg to be supporting the weight on the ground like that, even if it's a very small amount. And you'll see once you already have your legs in place, let me just shift this because this is a little bit out of balance over here. Alright, yeah, that's looking better. Come on. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. But basically, there are so many different options for you to play around with when working with contrapposto like this. I'm not really focusing too much on giving any of the details with the hands or, you know, that much sort of attention right now. Just getting the general sort of idea of this contrapposto in action. Another example would be... Okay, one that I did consider but I realized wasn't quite contrapposto is you have an example like this. Wait. Okay, let me just again create this example. Okay, I honestly thought, I just assumed that basically having just the angles working over here, that was good enough to be contrapposto. But the problem with this is that, okay, this can be, the arms don't really matter over here, but basically the problem with this now is that if you had to remove any of the legs over here, this would all come down. Like, yeah, there would be no support whatsoever because they are both equally taking the weight over here. So yeah, in this case, this is definitely not an example of contrapposto. Because yeah, it follows through over here, but as soon as the legs are spread out that far, that's where it falls short. So in that case, let us give an an example of one that is contrapposto. Okay, we've pretty much already done that one though. Okay, well basically yes, you can also as well have see with this example now, let's actually have a look to see if this is actually, if this will actually work as contrapposto. Having the one crossing in front of the other. Okay, this point, not necessarily, but maybe let's make it work. Because yeah, the weight is not being, they're still kind of equally taking the mass. This would be an example of contrapposto. Yes, I do think so. Because yeah, this leg, one thing I have realized as well, is that the leg that is the straightest is the one that is generally taking the most weight in a standing position, whereas the other one that is not as straight is not taking as much of the weight. So yeah, that works in that case. Alright, so let's actually move on to some of these other examples over here at the bottom, with the weights pretty much being more sunken into itself like that. Right. Okay, so the issue that I'm seeing over here right now is that most of the weight would be on this leg over here, but since that's the case, this leg needs to be angled more outwards and not as straight as what it is at the moment. So let's change that. And there we go, that's a much better example of contrapposto now. Actually, let me just fix this arm up. Okay, so we have it dropping to the side and coming in like that. Yes, I am happy with that. Cool, so another example from this angle would be... Okay, so we have this one being the one that is taking most of the weight, so this is the one that, actually, let's have a look. That's better. What is it actually? Hold on, I need to set it a bit more. Yeah, let's go with that. Yes, that would be another example of contrapposto, most of the weight being on this leg, and even though this one is taking quite a bit of the weight, still the majority is all on this one over here, and that is what it takes for it to be contrapposto. Alright, now for these last two. A little bit more of an exaggerated version compared to this with the leg being further out now. But since we know that, you know, this is the most important leg to hold the weight and this one to only support it a little bit, this one coming out this much more is not going to make any difference to the weight sort of balance that's happening here for contrapposto. And then lastly, right, let's actually go ahead with, yeah, let's see if this can work now. Because yes, this one has got to be the one that's taking most of the weight. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but let's see if we can get it to work. Okay, this is looking kind of strange. So let's give that one last go. Okay, so what I'm trying to do over here is I am trying to replicate, where are you? Yes, this one over here, but in this way, where instead of the angle or the weight being mostly on this leg, it's now mostly on this leg. So I've got to make sure now to translate this leg appropriately on this side. So I can only assume that this leg from that angle is more directly downwards like that. Or maybe slightly, wait on. Or wait, what should I say? I was saying this, yeah, this leg is basically this leg. So you can have that a little bit out, like that. Yeah, it's looking a bit strange. I think it should be coming from that direction. Yeah, you see, this I haven't quite thought of 100% yet, but let's see if we can actually make something like that. Maybe it should be more like that. It's pretty much now looking mostly like that, with this leg a little bit more shifted forward like that. Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one to figure out. Alright, well, as you can see that I am struggling just a bit with these legs now, just trying to find the right angle and placement and all that. So yeah, you know, even as far as I've come, I still have my weak points here and there. So yeah, I'm glad I can actually show this to you guys, because yeah, generally I would make sure that this does not get seen by anybody. So yeah, I'm showing this now to you guys so that you can see that even people that are quite well established in certain ways, that yeah, we still have a lot to learn. And as you can see, I'm just adding the forearms already, because I know that the this arm is mostly going to be dropping to the side, so just adding something like that is mostly what I need. Actually, alright, yeah, I don't know if it totally resembled that one from this side, where what I actually did do is that since this leg is facing forward, I knew that this would then be the front. We'd be getting the front of the knee from this side. So yeah, I don't know if that totally translates, but yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to be keeping it at for now. Alright, so that's pretty much my introduction to contrapposto, especially with dealing with where to start. Now, one thing I will say is that contrapposto doesn't only apply to the front angle, it also applies to the back angle. But yeah, it's most commonly known for being seen from the front. But yeah, that isn't actually a requirement. Alright guys, so yeah, that's just me just putting together a little bit of a sort of more of a natural take on posing now. So yeah, this is basically the next step after everything I explained before, where now, yeah, you have a lot more sort of life to play with. And I'm not necessarily taking this too far. I'm just giving you some variations, but seriously, the sort of variations are endless, and these are just some of them. Okay, so to conclude this section on contrapposto, I've got some more exercises for you. Alright, so all I'm wanting you guys to do is to pretty much do what I've just demonstrated for you guys by, and you can work with these two variations by just drawing out these torsos first. So I'm going to be giving you 15 of each of these, so 30 in total, but yeah, just these two torsos to work from. So yeah, draw these all out 15 times each and just become familiar with the shape of the torso. And then once you've drawn all of them out, I want you to add the limbs in a way where you're basing that off of contrapposto. So making sure that the one is taking all of the weight, being the straightest, and then the other leg is just helping to balance the rest of it in whichever way you guys get to choose that. And then yeah, arms wise, yeah, you guys are completely free to come up with whatever you want as long as it kind of fits the rest of the pose, because yeah, you'll see when it doesn't exactly fit entirely. So yeah, just play around with that, and yeah, once you get through your 30, you'll definitely see that certain patterns will start registering in a way where it's like, you know, I'm starting to get this now. Like, you know, for example, just the idea of contrapposto having the one straight leg, which is pushing up the hips on the one side, and the other leg being free to do whatever it wants as long as it's helping to support the leg, is a good point that will definitely help you move forward with your poses and your gestures, at least when it comes to these more sort of simplistic standing kind of poses. Right, so that's pretty much that. I hope you guys enjoy your exercises, and yes, I will catch you in the next video. Alright guys, so now I'm going to be introducing you into some perspective. Alright, cool. So I'm just going to be working off of two of the examples that I've drawn out here. I've kind of just cleaned them up a bit just for this demonstration. Okay, so between the two of them, which of the two can you guess has more perspective? Yes, the first one has more perspective. And how do I know that? Basically, I'm seeing a lot of eye level happening here at every single level, basically. Alright, okay, these lines aren't supposed to be here. Anyway, whereas this one, okay, so if this had to be like, it's the ground that it's on, this one is more, has more of a perspective like that, basically. So in that sense, you're going to be getting far more of an idea of the different perspectives that are at play with judging your angles of the different parts of the figure over here. So for example, if you have the upper torso over here, okay, so basically I judge my perspective from the basics of just working out the angles of the lower and upper torso. So in this case, since the upper torso in this one is more sort of inwards like that, the first line that I normally add, just generally in my sketches, would be a line in this area over here. So for this one, because it's sort of more facing us, it is inwards like that, the line would be kind of there. It would be more or less horizontal. Alright. The second line I add is basically along the panty line. So it is like that. So in that sense, you can already tell that this is angled more downwards and inwards like that. So if I just had to do a quick demonstration on perspective, you basically have this as a pillar, a very thick pillar that you are looking directly at. So this is your point of view, your what is it? Your horizontal. What is it called? Your eye line. Yeah, your eye line. And then from there, everything below your eye line you know you're going to be looking down on. So basically, you gradually start to get more of the sort of rounded nature of the discs coming through, versus the opposite being true. When you look up, you're going to be seeing more of what is, you'll be looking more, man, how do I explain this? Yeah, down onto and up at. So it's a very gradual service feel. Sorry guys, I'm just having a bit of a hard time working at this angle right now. So yeah, that kind of thing. And so since that is the case, we're now going to be applying the same kind of understanding when it comes to the form. So we're judging that this area over here is our eye line, and below that you're working with your eye line, and then you're working with the angles. So since this goes in, we know that we're going to be looking down at this more so, especially because the lower torso is angled more downwards like that. All right, so with the shoulders are pretty much going to be straight like that, and then pretty much judging the same sort of perspective lines like that on this one. Since we know that this angle is pushing outwards like that, this line over here, which I pretty much call, I refer to these sort of lines here that I'm adding now, I have added there, as the, I don't know, like I guess you can call it the I don't know, small shirt line? I don't know, just this line over there. Or the, I don't know, what would you call it? The bra line? I don't know, I can't think of it. You call it whatever you want to. That is pretty much going to be in that angle, so you know that because of this angle being pushed out like that, you're looking more up at this part of the body. Because if I have it to draw it from the side, it's going to be more outwards like that. Lower torso. So yeah, you know it's more outwards like that. Okay, and then obviously the panty line over here is pretty much the same as right there. So yeah, that's my absolute starting point when it comes to judging the angles of the torso from there. And then from there, I pretty much work out the rest accordingly. And what I mean by the rest, I pretty much just kind of judge it from my own sort of feeling. I don't necessarily do it like this, how I'm going to, but it's a very good practice just to get a better sense of the angles that you're working with whatever perspective. Okay, so because this is our eye level at that point, this sort of being the eye level here, we know that whatever is below it over here is going to be more at this angle. Okay, so in that case, actually let me copy and paste this. Okay, because now, so this leg, because it is, okay, so this is more to the side, but because of the shape of the leg itself, okay, this is a good starting line over here to have. So basically, you know that it's going to have this kind of shape to it. And since this leg is falling more now behind, because this knee is coming a little bit more forwards, actually, so that was the thing. This knee is slightly coming more forward, so since that is the case, you're going to have a little bit more of an angle up there, like that, and then it changes the opposite direction now. Pretty much like that, and then it changes once again around the foot like that. Okay, with this line over here, let's work. Okay, we know that since behind over there and not coming towards us like that, we know that we're going to be looking down onto it more like that. And then the stomach over here, since this is our line, we know that we can gradually work with the angles like that. And again, although it's kind of work over the boobs now. Because yeah, this part of the body is separate to the arms, which kind of needs its own. Okay, let me just try a little bit more accurately. Okay, now for the arms are going to be, yeah, you're looking up at, over here, up at, if you judge from these over here. And then by the time it gets over here, it's going to be straight there. And then it starts to, yeah, go in that direction. Well, from the perspective. This arm, pretty much judging it down all the way like that. And then this foot also looking down onto. Okay, so that's pretty much the idea of how this is all coming together now in terms of just understanding your planes, your surfaces, and the structure of, yeah, just your surfaces in general. Alright, so moving on to this one over here, it's just about the same thing, but you're working with, only difference here is that you're working with more of this angle, which has to transition a little bit more. There we go. Okay, and then for this line, the lines down here, yeah, since our line is over here, it's going to be more or less straight over here, and then it's going to be dropping like that. And it's going to be dropping. It's going to be like here. Or, yeah, we're going to be starting straight. And then we're going to be carrying it outwards. Like that. Okay, straightening out 30 and slightly dropping like that. And straight, and then yeah, this is quite a lot of the lines here will be more or less straight, so you're not really dealing with a lot of perspective angles here too much. So in this case, can actually yeah, be rounded on this way, and then it straightens out. Okay, so yeah, that is the first way that is very good in terms of trying to get a feel for the actual shapes and forms and perspective lines of the figures that you are working with. Another way of actually studying these okay, we're going to bring it back down. is by breaking these structures down into cylinders, and yeah, basically cylinders for the limbs, and okay, well, yeah, you'll see what I mean. Okay, basically for the upper and lower torso, I pretty much break it down like this. Okay, so we have the torso, which we can't actually see the underside over here. You can at least see inside on this side. And then for the lower torso. Okay guys, so because it has been a while since I have broken down the figure in this way, you will notice that from time to time I do quietly mumble to myself, and a lot of times in a way where you can't really hear what I'm saying. But don't worry, I'm not really saying anything of huge importance. That's just pretty much how I personally go through the process of just trying to remember and just refigure things out in a way where I'm personally clear about what I am doing, because I want to make sure that I'm sharing the best of what I can. Okay, so you can now see more of the underside of the upper torso. So yeah, you'll see that when I do actually share stuff with you, I'm just trying to explain how my mind is working and my perspectives in terms of the choices that I'm making, so that it's very clear that you are either seeing things from a perspective of you looking directly up at certain things, or down onto things, or directly at, and just variations of that. But yeah, so please don't mind my quiet mumbling like that. It's not exactly directed at you guys, and you're really not missing out on anything at all. If there is anything that I have missed out, I will make sure to include that for you guys, because I definitely don't want you guys to miss out on anything like that at all. Because once again, I want to make sure that you get the very best of what I can offer. Okay, cool. So I pretty much broken up the upper and lower torso without the midsection. Yeah, we're not going to really pay that much attention to that right now, because the most important part is just breaking down the biggest structures, the ones that move, in relation to everything else. Okay, so that is the first starting point. So yeah, you can really see you looking down into the lower torso, and okay, in this case, yeah, you're looking up at, and you're looking kind of directly at because of the angle of her more facing inwards like that. Okay, then for the legs, I just turn these into cylinders, so I have them all separate to everything else, but they're cylinders with shape. So in this case, I'm going to break them down more simplistically in relation to the flow. So in this case, because we know that before that the secondary flow, that it comes more outwards in like that, this is the flow that I'm going to be working on based on how I'm going to be breaking down this upper leg over here. So it's still based on the actual shapes, but more based on the flow itself. Okay, you're going to be seeing inside here of the leg. And the flow of this is this way. So we're not going to worry about this line over here, because this is what we are after. Okay. Then for the knees, in this case, could add a ball. Should we do that? I think we'll do that afterwards. Leave space for it now, because I'm going to show you everything more in cylindrical form. Okay, once again. only doing the shapes in relation to cylinders, in relation to the flow, not the anatomy. Oh, and then guys, I will have some more examples of breaking the figure down in this way at the end of this video, and in time-lapse as well. So in this case, because we're not going to be doing it like this on this side, because now we're not working with this leg from the front, we're working it from the side, and from the side, the lower leg curves more inwards like that. Okay, now for the arms. And I leave this entire area open for now because this is generally where I add, if you want to add the ball, we'll do that afterwards. So the flow goes. You can make it straight, you can make it inwards like this. Once again, it depends on the angle that you're looking at. If it's directly from the front, then I would do it a straight line. But since it's not exactly from the front, I'm going to be doing it this way and that way. Okay, since this arm is moving upwards, we're not going to see into the side over there. It's more coming towards us because of the perspective. We're going to be more seeing the front open here. Okay, the other angle goes this way. Okay, and the neck, pretty much a cylinder. As you can see, I've pretty much cut it into the top over here like that. And then the head, it's pretty much the same as what I had before. Alright, so that pretty much gives you a general idea for, okay, well actually, hand's not so important because that's not really that much of the focus, but I'm pretty much just going to add more of what I had there. Alright, and then in terms of okay, you can add the center line. Let's add the center line like that, and then we can add the knee joints and the shoulder joints. And then let's add the joint between the upper and lower torso. Just to give it something to rotate on, in the sense of it being able to move or tilt. And then, I might as well add a ball on that side. Alright, so the more you understand in these kinds of shapes, the better your understanding of just the 3D form will be. And I'll do another example now quickly of the other one. Just to show you, because I have a whole bunch of the flow lines which are pretty much deciding the flow lines of how I'm creating these cylinders and these structures. Okay. Okay, so in this for this one, let's actually already start adding the balls instead of doing that afterwards. as you can see, do it this way. Oh yes, and then the joints over here as well. Alright. Lower arms in like that. Out. Joint. Out. And in this case, out and hold. Oh yes, okay, cool. So basically, only reason we're doing it this way is because of the angle of the bicep and how that works from this angle. Whereas the angle of this is still going to be curving in. It's not going to be. What is it? Interesting. Okay, cool. Yes. So yeah, just since I'm paying a little bit more attention to these counter angles in terms of counter curves, I think I'm almost wanting to do it this way. Yes. Because then the hand then goes like that. Alright, cool. Yes, I'm happy with that. Okay. Now for the legs, let's see. As a matter of fact, it would be more like this. Yes, let's go with that. Now this is not anatomically accurate, but it just gives you a better understanding of the flow and the forms and the 3D forms of the form that you are working with. Okay, because yeah, it's this way, and now it's going to be again this way, just because of the angles of the anatomy that we're working with now. So yeah, it can be a bit tricky to work out at first, because you've got to really keep in mind the angle of the actual parts of the anatomy that you're working with as well. It's not just about it's not just about adding, this to everything that is below, and because if this is coming towards you from this lower angle, it could also be like that as well. So yeah, you really got to start developing a better sense of these 3D forms, so that those judgments can really work in your favor a lot more. Okay, so down. Alright. Okay, so since this is the other way this side, let's have some evidence of the ball joint there, and that way like that. organic. And you're going to get a bit of evidence of it cutting into the torso like that. Just to get some kind of perspective lines happening on the face like that. And that's a pretty cool robot. You can actually add the center line here like that. And yeah, that is pretty cool. So yeah, this is a very good way to start to getting a better understanding of, once again, well actually yeah, in this case, flow and the 3D forms that are happening. So yeah, I'll definitely be giving you some exercises in terms of this at the end of this video. Okay, so that pretty much gives us a good basis for how we're going to be going about this section with understanding the form and then angling those forms in a way where you can really start to add a real sense of 3D, sort of 3D shapes to the structures that you're working with, and also foreshortening and really taking advantage of all of that. I'm going to giving you a bunch of exercises which will include what I've just demonstrated for you. But for now, before we get there, I just want to show you a few more examples of working with these kinds of contour lines that I have over here on the left, and taking it even further with some of the more complex and involved poses, which involve foreshortening and just a lot of angles that you need to be more mindful of. So yeah, that's coming up in a moment. Alright, cool guys, so now we're going to be working with some photo references at last. Alright, cool, so what I'm going to be doing now, I'm just going to be sketching this out. I'm going to be going through a bit of a time lapse with that, and then I'll catch you guys at the end of that when I then start adding those inner sort of contour lines, just to show more of a greater sense of the form that we're working with. Okay, cool. So since we've gotten that in now, I'm now going to be at the point where I'm going to be adding in those inner contour lines. I don't know if they're exactly called that, but I'm going to be calling them that because That's what makes sense to me, at least. All right, cool. So, okay, so now this is all very much about awareness, because the practice of doing these exercises where you're adding in these sort of inner contour lines like this is just a practice to develop a sort of greater sense of the surface forms that you're going to be working with. So yeah, awareness is key here when doing these studies. So since I'm working off of the reference over here, I need to judge how I'm going to be going about the different planes when I'm going to be now adding them in. So to start off with, you can start off anywhere you want to, really. I'm going to start off with the upper torso. So yeah, I'm going to start at the arm. And the first thing you need to identify when, since now you're working with perspective, is where is your eye level at, because that pretty much decides everything from there. And already just from looking at the photo, there are a couple giveaways. The most obvious one being, now eye level is just the most, where things are the most horizontal. So in this case, the horizontal, the eye line level is sitting right here. So this is the level where the camera is shot the photo. So everything from there is gonna, be like that. And below it is going to be in the opposite direction. But it's very dependent now, that just being the basis, we still need to keep in mind the actual angles of the forms in itself, because things can change quite considerably with that being the case. So let's start. Okay, now with the arm, the first thing that I'm seeing is that the arm is already at a slight perspective over here, it not being completely straight down and facing us, it being at a slight angle, very slight angle coming outwards like that. Because if you had to look from above, you would see that this part is further out compared to where the shoulder is. So since that's the case, there's going to be a very slight sort of angle happening there. So that is the first area that we can already start adding a bit of that, like that. All right, now with the lower arm over here, pretty much the same thing, where it is not 100% facing us, pretty much dead on like that. So because that is the case, this is further out compared to where the rest of the arm is over here. So since that's the case, okay, now you've got to also judge, okay, there's the eye level and then the vertical line as well from where the camera is taken from within that axis. So I would say that axis is more or less running along here-ish, this sort of area here. Okay, so since that is the case, we know that this area, again, is also going to be slightly outwards like that. So that's how we're going to be adding it here now as well. And it obviously curves more the further it goes that way, because, yeah, it's moving further away from the center vertical line. Well, yeah. Okay, now for the legs. Okay, so first of all, one of the giveaways here is the shorts, which is already showing a bit of a curve like that. So that is telling me that this will eventually hit some kind of a straighter line around about, where would I even say? Possibly about this. But yeah, you've got to kind of feel this and judge this for yourself. And obviously the more you do these exercises, the better you'll become at judging the sort of surfaces and angles that you're working with. So, since the shorts give us a very good idea. Okay, you don't have to add it at this angle, because it'll be more at an angle like that. So yeah, how the shorts are pulling are just being pulled in that direction. Alright, so that is pretty much our first line that we're working with. And now we are working with the lower leg now. I can already tell, even though it almost appears as though it is facing us directly, as though it is straight up, there is also a bit of perspective here as well, because, okay, so first of all, you can tell that her knees are together, that they are resting together, because of where the, okay, so you have the toes that are touching over here more or less, but then as a result, you can see that the heels are further apart, and as a result, the knees will be touching like that. So the lower leg will be at a bit of an angle like that. So since that is the case, from this lower angle now, since this is below, you can see it already has, there is a slight perspective that you can see here already from the shoe. So since that is the case, there is a slight amount straightens out over here, and then it will start to turn in the opposite direction around that point. And I'm not really focusing on adding any of the clothing right now. I'm just paying attention to adding in the general forms that are here as your basis before you even worry about clothes whatsoever. Okay, these lines straighten out, and then start turning in the opposite direction. But yeah, it's very subtle at this sort of point. But yeah, also as well, actually, yeah, I can do that again. Also as well, I'm being very particular right now. I don't think it's always necessary to be this particular about it, about trying to work out the exact science to what the angle might be. The most important part is just to get started and start getting a feel for it. And then from there, you'll really start to become more instinctive about this, instead of trying to give your attention so much to this. But in the beginning, you kind of need to give more of your attention than usual, so eventually it'll catch on. All right, so the angle of the shoes, in this area, the laces kind of give it away, these angles over here, so you can see that's already at a curve like that. Laces also. So there's the first area we are going to be starting to add it. And then the other side, obviously, you can see it's more in the other direction, since the toes are facing each other. Alright, so for the upper torso, I'm not really going to be paying attention to the definitions of the breasts. I'm just going in with straight lines pretty much. And you can see from the angle, it's already more of a sort of looking up at sort of angle, with the lines being more angled downwards like this. And then, again, probably not as much there, because yeah, I would straighten out probably about there. Okay, cool. And yeah, I'm happy with that. Then for the furthest arm over here, now the upper arm, you can see already there's a giveaway over here. Oh, yeah, let me just get this line out of the way. There's a giveaway with the shirts over here that is already a more or less indication. Can't always go by that 100% because of how material can pull, whatever, but you're already seeing the roundness over there, so that is enough for me to know that you're looking it in a way where it is, the perspective is more in that sort of direction if I had to, draw it up in a cylindrical sort of form. Okay, so angle is more like that. Now for the upper arm, I would say, just kind of guessing that there's a slight perspective on that. Also kind of given away by her little bracelets over here. So yeah, there are these little clues here and there when it comes to studying from references. So yeah, and then, you know, the head, we're not going to be adding any specific details there, but yeah, that's pretty much the planes of the head, looking at it from this sort of angle. Alright, so that pretty much concludes the first one. Should we add any neck? Yeah, okay. Not much. Yeah, I can't really judge too much perspective from this angle, but yeah, so with it being such a minor feature right now, you can't even make it out in the photo. Kind of just got to judge it for yourself and just add it in accordingly. Okay, so that is our first example. Now I'm going to be moving on to the next one. Alright, so this one's a little bit more complex, and yeah, I can't say I am the greatest fan of setting gestures just because I haven't really studied them that much, because I haven't really used them that much in my artwork. So yeah, it is a bit of a weakness for me. So yeah, I'm glad I'm actually doing a little bit of these studies right now for you guys. Okay, so once again, I'm just going to be sketching this out in the same way that I did the previous demo, and then I'll get you again once I'm ready to be adding in those inner contour lines. Okay, cool. So I'm happy enough to work with that now. Okay, cool. So getting started, I need to now identify my eye level. So, now I don't have anything definite to exactly work off of, so I'm just going to take a guess because of the perspective that's kind of happening in this area already. So we are quite low, so I'm guessing the eye level is about here, more or less. And yeah, we're quite centered on this, so yeah, this is pretty much the level that we're seeing it from. Okay, so starting off, I'm already going to be just trying to find whatever clues that I can. So now working with the legs first off, with the legs coming towards us, especially the upper leg coming quite towards us, and then the lower leg falling backwards like it is. So already, because there is quite a curve over here like this, that already gives us an indication of how curved it's going to be when working with getting a feel for the upper legs and how it comes around and meets the knee over here, which is facing us directly. So yeah, we pretty much already know that from this outer line, that is pretty much the starting point for these lines are coming out. And they'll be more condensed and they'll space themselves outwards more as they come towards us like this. Okay, cool. So we have the knee here. And then from this point outwards, you can pretty much see that, okay, yeah, there is a little bit of a hint over here. But by that point, you know, the angles over here look quite different. Well, not quite, a little bit more different compared to the angles over here. But already you can see that this is pretty much the nature of the angle of the lower leg and how it falls away from us. And then with the center point being knee. Okay, it's pretty much the same with the curve of the leg over here. You can really tell that the line is going to be quite like that already. Center of the knee. And then, yeah, pretty much falling out in a way like this already. Alright, cool. So yeah, you can really see that just by adding those lines, it's given a lot more depth to this, to make it a lot more easy for us to see how this is coming towards us and how this is falling away like that. Or vice versa. You know, but yeah, you get that sense of that, those sort of angles working. Alright, so now for the upper body. Okay, so to pretty much judge the angle of the upper torso, I've pretty much just got to get a feel for the entire torso in itself, upper and lower, and I can kind of tell that even though it is quite facing us, this shoulder is a little bit closer to us than this one. So, okay, so it's definitely we're definitely not looking up at it in this sort of fashion. It's kind of, I would say it's more or less neutral, especially with how she's almost in a way leading over, because this one is a little bit more over this one. So in that sense, it's more, yeah, it's a little bit more straight and into itself a little bit. But yeah, it's quite neutral, so yeah, at least understanding that, we know what not to do. So yeah, I'm pretty much have it kind of straight on over here. It's a little bit of a tricky one. But yeah, I'm going to have it slightly coming in this angle over here, but being more straight around the waist. Okay. So yeah, when you're pretty much on the fence like that in terms of, is it more, you know, are we looking more up at versus down onto? You can pretty much choose, you know, how much you want to kind of meet those two in between, neutralizing that. And yeah, it's pretty much up to you when it's so close like that. Okay, so now for the lower arm. Okay, so basically, since we judged that this was our eye level more or less, and that this arm is fairly straight, I would say that this area is more flat, more dead on, and then it slightly falls away like that. And same with the upper here, because it's almost totally vertical. Maybe there's a bit of an angle happening, so I would say flat there, and then it gradually has more perspective on the way up like that. And then with this arm, I would say it's pretty straight. drawn my arm a little bit thinner than the reference. That's okay. So it's quite flat, actually. If anything, there might be a little perspective at the top over here. And on the way down, gradually, you'll start to see some perspective happening there. And then, yeah, at this angle, I'm not really too focused on adding this to the fingers as much. So yeah, we can end it there for as far as we want to go with this. In terms of the neck, okay, so that's definitely more of a down angle where it's coming out. Oh, and then guys, I see now that the giveaway that we're actually looking down onto the upper torso was actually given away with us being able to look down onto her neck, shoulder area like that. So yeah, my guess was correct. Okay, yeah, and then I pretty much just kind of guessed the angle of the head being downwards like that. I wouldn't even say there's any sort of perspective of seeing any of the other side of the face. I would just think it's, you know, a straightforward profile. Alright, so... okay, cool. That is pretty much it for that one with how I've worked out the surfaces there. And now for the final one. Alright, cool. So once again, I'm going to just sketch this out and time-lapse it, and I'll get you when I start to add the inner contour lines. Okay, cool. I'm pretty happy with working with this one now. Okay, so with this one, yeah, there's some cool perspective happening here with how the upper body is angling away and we're looking up at it like this. So first of all is determining our eye level. So right now, I would say it's, yeah, within this sort of area over here. Yeah, obviously not this, because we're looking up at this table over here like that. So yeah, it's definitely along this sort of area. Kind of maybe judging it from there, but yeah. Cool. So there are two dead giveaways. Even though we know that we're looking up at the figure with the perspective like this, the two dead giveaways is what she is wearing. Already you can see that there's a bit of a line happening like that, and quite a nice angle over there in the upper torso like that. So we can pretty much know how to pretty much transition from the lower torso to the upper torso. Actually, a little better. Yeah, so pretty much like that. What I can do there. Yeah, it's not the easiest trying to wing it with these intuitions when you can't actually judge how your stroke is going to be appearing on the screen, but I'm doing my best, you know. Okay, so that's all right. Yeah, that's not too bad. And then from there, the arms. Now, it's pretty easy to see that, you know, from here to this point over here, it's moving away from us like that. So you can really tell the perspective is going to be moving like this now. With the other arm, it is also the same story. Alright, and then with the legs, actually you can add there, like that. Alright, cool, so for the legs now. Okay, so for the first point, we already know that the legs are angled more towards us, where the knees are closer, because seeing the other side over here like that already tells us that that side is more turning towards us like that. So in that way, the angles of the legs, as you can see right now, is moving away from us like that. And then, you know, also sometimes I just, to try judge these angles like this, I also just kind of imagine them if they had to be wearing something like stockings or, you know, high socks or anything like that. And yeah, that already, just visualizing that will give me a bit of a better feel for these sort of angles that I'm working with. Okay, so there's the lower legs over here. I would say about sort of straight there, but then I would say there's more perspective in this sort of region. Or the straightest, but there would be yeah, because of the angle and also it facing us more at an angle like that instead of dead straight, there would be a bit of that angle coming through of that perspective there. And then yeah, I'm pretty much just working off that line over there, and that being my sort of indication of how to go about the lines on the other side. And then, yeah, I'm just adding a circle there for the knee, just to show that that is the point that... yeah, that is the central point, basically. Okay, cool. So, yeah, that is pretty much that in terms of the ones that I wanted to show you so far. Alright, guys, so now I want to give you some exercises. Also, wait until the end of the exercise section, because I will be giving you some more demonstrations of the figures broken down into that cylindrical sort of, yeah, shapes and forms, just to get an even better idea about what I'm talking about. Alright, cool, so let's get to those exercises now. Alright, now for the exercises. I would like you to once again draw 30 sketches broken up into 15 each. The first 15 will be of these sketches that I just demonstrated for you. And I've also included some references that I was lucky enough to get permission to use for in this tutorial. Yeah, I've just supplied you guys with a whole bunch that you can choose from. You guys are totally welcome to, you know, choose your own wherever you want. But yeah, I just thought I'd include some of these just to make it that much easier for you to just start off right away. Okay, so after getting to 15 of these, I then want you guys to do 15 of the examples that I did from you in earlier when it comes to breaking down the forms in a more cylindrical way. Now I will be giving you some more exercises right after this, well not exercises, some demonstrations just to give you a better idea about how to break up the form from different angles. So yeah, just pay attention to that after the section on exercises. But yeah, I'm wanting you to do another 15 of those. Also, once again, working those off of just taking whatever examples that you feel you want to work with, whether it's the references that I provided you with or whatever of your own. So yeah, that is pretty much it from the exercises from this part of the tutorial. Alright guys, so I'm just going to be getting to these 3 gestures for you quickly just to better explain the flowing states broken down into these cylinder shapes, just so that you can get a far better awareness of how flow runs through each part of the body and how you can almost predict what the next sort of curve or nature of the flow will be. So basically what I mean in terms of flow, flow pretty much runs in a sort of motion like this, like a wave form. And the same is true with how flow runs throughout the entire anatomy of the human figure. So basically, if you have a part of the body that is moving in this direction, you know that the movement of flow in the next part of the body will be in the opposite direction. So yeah, even though like in real life, it won't be as obvious as that. So when you do your own practical work, I wouldn't suggest keeping to this 100% strictly like this. So this whole practice that I'm showing you now is just about developing your awareness with how flow runs through the body and gestures in an exaggerated way now, just so that you can see it in a far better way. And practicing this will loosen up your idea of how you get flow to run through your gestures in general. So yeah, this is another important part of just taking flow that much further. All right, so as much as this is also going to give you an awareness of the sort of more 3D shapes of your form, yes, flow is definitely very much involved in this. Okay, cool. So starting off with the first one, I start off with the upper torso. Torso. And then moving to the legs area, now I have to identify the nature of the flow here. So in this case, it is flowing in this direction. So same flow this way, same flow this way. The joint, and then since it's flowing in this direction, now the opposite is true for this side. As you can see, I'm taking the entire form and I'm flowing the entire form, both sides, going in this direction. When it comes to curves meeting up like this, it's fine to do it in this fashion. I mean, yeah, you can break it up like this as well and add like a ball there as well, like a point of axis. But, you know, that's up to you if you want to take it there. For now, I'm just keeping it to this. Okay, so we have a curve in this direction and the opposite direction. Now, the opposite direction continues through the foot in this way. And okay, so it's best to break down the flow of the foot in 2 sections. You have the main part flowing in this direction, and then the opposite part which flows in the other direction for the toes. And even though that is not necessarily the case of how it looks like in the reference, for the practice of this exercise, it is best just to go with the idea of how this is how it is running through here like this. Once again, just to develop an awareness of this flowing nature throughout the body. Okay, so it goes in this direction, and the same goes in the opposite direction. The lower leg, and then opposite direction again for the feet, or for the main parts. And then for the toes, be in this direction as well. And for the arms, yes, this direction. And then the opposite direction for that. And then even breaking down the hands, the same is true. So basically, this direction then becomes the opposite direction, then becomes the opposite direction, like that as well. The arm side, and then the opposite direction for the side. Okay, it's hard to tell with the hands and what they're doing right now, like that. So we're just going to keep like that for now. And you can put a cutaway into the torso from the neck like that. And then yes, could have added this earlier, but I'm really not sure right now. Alright, cool, so that is the first one. So you're getting pretty much the idea in terms of how the flow is working through, all these different counter curves like that throughout the body. Alright, cool, so moving on to the next one now. So we have so the first one we've done from the rear view like this. But you'll see, getting these principles down first will just give you such a good foundation to be able to know how to tackle studies from other angles like this. Okay, so we've seen it from the bottom, center line. Okay, we can't necessarily see the head, but yeah, pretty much. Just kind of guessing it in there, like that. Okay, so moving down now. Okay, we're not going to be seeing the inside of the torso because now we're going the opposite direction where as you would see the inside of the torso from this side, well, not from this side. Okay, now breaking down and you want to have each part separate. So there's a break over here where the leg does this. And then let's keep on with this side. Okay, so it's going to be in this direction. You can see all these opposing curves that are happening here like this. Okay, here's a good example of the curve that happened to the feet now from this side. So you have an angle like this coming through here, like this, and then it curved in the opposite direction quite clearly from the reference. And then the toes curve out like that. So this is a very good example of that. Okay, then with arms, it's going to look a bit funny now because I know the arms are suggesting that it's going this way, but let's keep on going with the whole sort of format of just keeping it to all these counter curves like this. So that would mean it could be like this. Alright, cool, so we've got to go in the opposite direction now, like that. Okay, and for this side, yes, the cylinder will be going in this direction. And then the opposite direction, like that. Wait, okay. Oh yes, and then this ball we can add over here for the center access point. Alright, and then for the last one. Cool, okay, so let's start off with the torso. Okay, now we can start with the leg, and yeah, clearly this is a good example of these counter curves happening here. So I'm gonna have this first one going this direction. It's pretty clear that one is in the opposite direction now. And then yeah, another good example of the feet and the counter curves in the feet. Broken down into two spots, like that. Yeah, you wouldn't really see it from this side, so. So yeah, you can definitely see that there is a sort of system happening here in terms of the flow. It's not always obvious with some angles, but yeah, with certain ones they are very clear. So yeah, sometimes in a case like this, where there's quite a separation from the lower and upper torso, you can pretty much have it as though, you know, there's a sort of some sort of kind of energy force that is keeping these things together, kind of like Rayman. So yeah, you don't have to have everything like making contact. Okay. Okay, so this, even though the angle of the arm is suggesting that it's going in this direction, we got to keep up with the whole system on the flow and have it go in this direction. Because we are keeping up with this motion here like that. Okay, it's very hard to tell from the hand right now in terms of the sort of flow happening, but you can already see from this goes to this. And now for the last arm over here, which we're pretty much gonna have moving in this direction. Because the hand now is in the opposite, from this to that. Cool, pull down.
Alright guys, so yeah, you pretty much get the whole sort of system behind the flow that I'm trying to explain to you guys here. Even though you won't necessarily draw this in a way where you're trying to do anything realistic or even close to that at all, just the idea of these flow lines running through like this will make a big difference in your awareness and how you approach gesture in general. Because as you can see, even though I have some of these angles quite different to how they appear in their real life reference, they still actually all work together. There's still a natural quality coming through here. So yeah, this is a very good level of awareness to be of flow. Alright guys, so that's pretty much a wrap for this part on perspective. Alright guys, well I hope that makes it more clear about the cylindrical flow-like state throughout these forms. So yeah, this is quite a fun section, so I hope you enjoy your exercises. Okay, so to start off this next section on perspective, this is where things start to get a lot more tricky. So yeah, if you have a hard time here, don't beat yourself up. This can take a while to figure out and become more natural at. I mean, I'm not exactly a master at this myself, but I know enough to be able to still get by. So I'm going to be sharing with you my current understanding about how I personally would break down more sorts of extreme foreshortening and perspective. Okay, so basically we've come from the place before we were working with sort of more of a generalized sort of perspective where you're not too close to your subject for there to be too much distortion happening. So yeah, on this level, only made you more aware of, you know, how it affects what you see when you look upwards at things like that, and how it appears when you look downwards at things like that. So in this case now, what will happen to this if we have to now move even closer to it? All right, so first off, your eye level will remain. So that'll always be horizontal. Okay, but now because we're closer to it, there's more distortion happening, so your vertical lines over here are going to be changing. So basically, your vertical lines on the side are now going to be coming across like this. So kind of more fisheye lens kind of vibe. And yeah, your angles now are going to be more curved as well compared to the distance that we were seeing this from before. And what will be happening now is that, okay, because the distance over here it wasn't close enough to have that much of too much of an effect on how it affects the distances between the discs over here. Because we are closer now, the point from here to here is now going to be exaggerated and seem a lot further compared to how we were seeing the distances from here to here. Because being further back, it flattens everything out more compared to now, you know, being up close like this. It's going to be really like, yeah, distorting things a lot more. So basically, the first segment over here, because this area is the closest, these are going to appear the largest. And obviously, the further and further away it'll go, the smaller and smaller they will become. Actually, let me do this way because this will be easier. Wait, yeah, so yeah, the further and further away it will. Okay, yeah, you pretty much get the example like that. Okay, and yes, the same is true for the other side, where the thickest disc, the biggest discs will be towards the center, and they will gradually become shorter and shorter, and their curve will become more exaggerated. I haven't exactly, you know, done it out all there like super accurately, but you get the point. Okay. So now working with this when it comes to working with these guys over here,
this is what I'm going to start to use now when it comes to these guys. But what else I want you to become aware of is when working with angles now that, okay, so for example, just to quickly go back to this example over here, if this was the ground level of what we're looking at, which appears to be like a cylindrical building, the perspective, the vanishing point is, actually, let me bring this more in view. The vanishing point will be pretty much like that. All right. So if we had to keep this going even more, it would pretty much vanish like that. All right. And now when we're looking down on something, the same is true where basically the vanishing point is in the opposite direction. So yeah, it's just pretty much the other way around now, like this. All right. And because that's the case, the next section I want you to be mindful of is working with just the idea of now just this part. If I just demonstrate on, like, for example, I have a string of linked spheres together. Now just imagine that these are three-dimensional spheres all together like that. Now, if we had to come closer and look at it from above here like this, how would it appear? All right, yeah, so taking this example over here, just focusing on that, it would come across layered like this. Okay, where basically, yeah, the stacking would become shorter and shorter. Let me just do that again, because yeah, become thinner and smaller the further and further away it is. So yeah, that is a better example. Because I like to be pedantic. Yeah, so that's a better example of what I'm talking about. And yes, the same is true when working with this idea, with the same thing, like what would it look like if I was now right over here looking upwards like that. So you'd still have the sphere that we're seeing like that, but now all of the other ones above would be pretty much appearing like that. All right. Okay, so working off of this sort of these sorts of awarenesses, I'm now going to be moving over to, once again, using these guys, because I don't want to get too focused on anything too anatomically correct, because it's all about understanding how the shapes, the basic shapes and forms are seen from more extreme angles. And then after that, obviously that's where you can take your anatomy further with those separate studies. Okay, so now I'm going to be getting to an angle that is seen from above, looking down onto a character. So basically it'll be using vanishing points like this. Okay, so basically I'm just drawing this the sort of guide for my vanishing point over here. Yes, just as a general guide, that's the character is basically going to be leaning up against. Not exactly directly through, but yeah, it's just so that I can follow the lines over here and make sure that those are consistently running alongside my proportions that I'm working with. Because obviously the highest point is going to be the largest, and it's gradually getting smaller and smaller and smaller like that. Okay, so if I just divide this up, and now I'm not necessarily dividing this up in terms of the sections of the different parts of the body, I'm just dividing it up for, just my own reference in terms of lining things up. Okay. So in starting off, make this a bit lighter. When starting off, I always start with, in this case, with the biggest part of the body, which would be the head. Now, let me also run a center line down this Put it here like that. Actually, I need to center this properly. Alright, we'll work with that. Okay, cool. So now we know from this angle, since we're going in this direction, everything is going to be stacking on itself like this. Alright? So that's one of the first awarenesses that need to be there. Okay. Alright, so next, okay, since we have the head, how should we do this? Yeah, if we're looking down on, actually make the head a bit bigger even. Yeah, let's work with that size. Alright, cool. And now, underneath is torso. Something a little bit smaller, just so we can fit it up against the backline grid. Alright, so since that is where it is, the neck, will the neck be seen? Let's first define the jawline over here. And then, yeah. Center the eyes like that. And then now I will already go to adding the lower torso. Which in this case you can see that the angle now is curved inwards like that. Alright, whereas from the front it would be more at either straight or a bit of a angle in like that. Okay, so for the legs, we basically know that from the front angle, the center line was at the groin area, but we can't really go by that anymore because the center line would run around the leg like that, and so the widest point would then be around about over here, and no longer as low as that. So, moving out, the widest point would be there, and would then come in like that. So, widest point there. And come down in. And as you can see, these sections are becoming shorter and shorter already. Like this. So yeah, that would have been a better way for me to actually break down the grid behind. But yeah, working through this, can't always judge exactly how it's going to be fitting in according to the grid behind. So you just got to make sure that whatever you do, the one below is always going to be a lot smaller than the one above. Okay, cool. So for the center of the legs, be there. Like that. Oh yes, and we're still working with cylinders, so in this case, still make sure that these legs are following the flow of that, so it will be inwards, like that. So yeah, flow this way, flow that way. Alright, so moving up again, going to break the lower torso down where you can look into it just to show that the perspective is obvious here. Okay, and yeah, you can add the axis, the ball joints between the lower and upper torso bone. Alright, cool. And now, before I even move any further at the bottom, I can already start adding the shoulder ball joints. So that would be pretty much in this area. And yes, making this a bit round because it doesn't have to be necessarily so flat like that. And honestly, I'm seeing already that the head can be even larger than this. Yeah, that's already looking better to me. Alright, cool. Back to the arms now. Okay, the ball joints for the shoulders. And just to complete the upper torso, I'm now going to be adding breasts. So I divide the breasts up to have their own space in terms of the center point over here. And because I know it's not all the way down, since we do break up the upper torso into 3 sections, being the one for the shoulders, yes, like that, and then the area for the breasts. I know that now because we're using this sort of perspective, the area below the breasts is only going to be really small like that. So since we're working with these lines already like that, I know exactly where breasts need to be now. Now I'm going to make them slightly, a little bit more on the larger side, just so you can understand the volume that I'm working with in terms of the overlapping that will be resulting from the perspective used here. I'm not making them ridiculously big. But yeah, you can basically see already, like, obviously the larger the more forward they will be, but yeah, that's pretty much the point that we want them to be at right now. I'll keep them transparent for now, just so you can kind of get a sense of the segments below. Because yeah, I wasn't going to add breasts before, but yeah, just so that you guys know the sort of placement of them and how I break up the upper torso into those 3 sections like I explained previously. Okay, so in terms of the going ahead with the upper arm, I know that because the upper arm is naturally resting downwards against the sides of the rib cage. So basically, if I had to draw if we're seeing this from the front, the upper torso from the front, you will see, if it's like out like that and is exposing the underside, you're going to be seeing the underside like this. Okay, so this part, I'm now just going to show you where it is right here. So that part would be pretty much right there. Yeah. It would pretty much be around there like that. Okay, so we know that the sides of the ribs are going to run alongside here and here. So that makes us know that the sides of the elbows need to be meeting more or less that section. Okay. Now I'm still trying to work along the angles of perspective over here. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's more or less the idea. And we're going to make them just to show that it is also a sphere as well. Well, a cylinder, more like it. Okay, now at this angle, because we are quite close and everything is falling like this, a lot is going to be falling, like, for example, behind this part of the torso, like that. So the arms, yeah, they will fall back like that, being as close as what we are right now. Okay, but then, okay, let me just make sure that these cylinders, these cylindrical forms are coming through here. Like that. Okay, I'm just going to make these the ball joints for the shoulders on the inside here just a bit lighter, because you won't actually be seeing that. Okay, cool. And yeah, I could be going about this in a little bit more of a symmetrical way. Not exactly symmetrical, but I'm just trying to explain the point in a more that's more or less clear enough. So yeah, issues like this right now, not really a problem. Okay, now for the lower arms. Still trying to get that flow to come through. Actually, this is bothering me here, so let me quickly just sort that out. Okay. Okay, cool. So another thing quickly. Okay, so yeah, I can actually add a little bit of the evidence of the neck coming through here. But I've noticed just something else quickly. So in terms of this view, I want to make sure that the shoulders are still coming through in a way where they are more back and not forwards and closed at all, like it's kind of coming across now. So in that sense, I need to push some of this back. Okay, yeah, that's going in the right direction. Just trying to get a little bit more symmetry coming through here. Okay, I don't get too caught up with that. We'll just have to work with that. I think it's fine enough for now. Okay, so moving on to the arms, the lower arms, just to make sure that there's more of the cylindrical form coming through over here. Because obviously, once again, the lower it becomes, the more of a sphere, the more of a proper circle it is. So basically, from a higher angle would be that. As it drops, and as it drops, eventually you'll see it as a more of a proper, perfect circle. Alright, cool. So, I said before that the arms pretty much reach to about the middle of the upper legs. The upper legs now cannot be judged just by ruling a line. They have to be judged according to center point running across the roundness of the plane. So the center point is about there, which yeah, is kind of central anyway. But yeah, okay, cool. So let's work with that. Not going to be adding too much hand definition at the moment. Okay, so now for the rest of the legs over here. Okay, I still want quite a curve coming through there like that. Because the cylindrical form at the bottom of these legs will be still quite rounded like that. And then yes, let's add the cylindrical shape at the top of the legs now. And then for the lower legs, now because this is pretty much an even lower point right now. Okay, let me just add the inner lines for bottom of the upper legs over there, even though you wouldn't see these at all. Right now, okay, since the leg is about as long as that, we know that this section has to be even shorter now. So in that case, still working with the flow over here. It's pretty much like that. And then with the actual feet, because we did that, we're more just looking down on them. Just pretty much going to be adding in the general sort of shape coming through. Once again, broken down into two sections. Being the toes and then the rest of the foot like that. Okay, and you'll see right now this curve over here is going around the back. That's the connection point between the upper and lower. And yeah, it is the same. Actually, you can do that again just to make it more connected with the upper. And yeah, that is pretty much that in terms of all the cylinders and how they're playing out throughout the body from this perspective right now. Let me just make out certain shapes a little bit more definite. Oh, and then the neck. Forgot about that part. Okay, cool. So from the base, I'd say the base of the neck is pretty much about there, like that. Wait, hold on. Okay, if it comes through like there, like that, and the neck pretty much comes straight up in the back over here, it would pretty much be around there, like that. Which, just located another issue, which would be about the head Okay, so basically, if the width of the neck is about that, well, yeah, if the radius is about that wide, okay, the chin over here needs to be more forward over here like that, because obviously it needs the underside to have some space to come through. All right, so let me quickly sort that out. And yeah, you know, these kinds of adjustments will happen after you've done things like this, so don't worry about that at all. It's really a part of the learning process here. And yeah, already just making that bigger just adds so much more perspective already. I mean, from that to that, big difference. And it really, now it really helps to pretty much match up with the rest of the artwork now, with the different sizes that are coming through, from yeah, the upper torso being so big, and obviously that being the next smallest one, and smaller and smaller and smaller. So yeah, with this being the biggest of all, definitely follow suit with everything else that's happening here. Alright, cool. Well, that is that example out of the way. Okay, and next is going to be, actually, let me quickly correct one thing over here. It's all of a sudden bothering me. It's just a matter of symmetry at the moment. Basically, this shoulder is, or is it? Okay, yes, it needs to be dropped a bit. Alright, cool, that's good enough for me. And yeah, that's just me being really pedantic about those finer details. Not really necessary right now, but yeah. Okay, moving on. We are now going to be doing it from the opposite direction now. So the lines are going to be pretty much going in this direction now. Actually, to make it we can even just reverse this one. And there you go. That is pretty much what we're going to be using for our basis for the next one. Okay, so okay, cool. So I'm going to start once again with the upper torso and work my way down now. And yeah, you know, the more you work with these forms of the upper and lower torso, and you become more familiar with them, knowing how they look from different angles will become just a lot more natural to you as well. And your understanding of it will evolve as well, because I'm really giving you the most basic form at this point. Because yeah, there is a version as well, being this step up from this, that involves the rib cage as a part of the whole sort of basis as well. Okay, cool, that is our upper torso, which then we move into the lower torso. Wait. I need to make sure it's all playing with these lines. Yep, and from this angle we can actually now see through the leg area into the lower torso now, like that. Alright, cool. Can we just add the shoulder joint there? Actually, it needs to be lower. There we go. And there we go. Okay, and now the ball that is pretty much in between both lower and upper torso. Okay, and just quickly for the head over here, we're not going to be seeing the neck. That's far too far back over here. But what we will be seeing is the underside of the head coming through there, like that. Yeah, is that all we'll be seeing? Pretty much. Not that much. So yeah, really not going to be seeing much of the head from this angle at all. Actually, we can make all this a bit bigger quickly. Okay, we're still working with the flow here, so just making sure that is following through with the legs, yeah, like that. One thing that can be quite confusing at times is actually trying to judge how much bigger the area is going to become when you know that, when you know that the upper area of the leg is wider compared to as it nears the knee. But then how that all works out in relation to adapting that to foreshortening, because now you're having the smaller part becoming larger, and now when you're drawing it out, it's almost appearing as though it is the same width as the thickest part. So yeah, that can sometimes throw you off a bit, but when you keep going, it eventually it works out in a way where with everything else together, it still makes sense. Oh yes. And then yeah, with the bottom of these being the cylinders over here, you're hardly going to be seeing any of the underneath over here, just because it's almost at eye level. Okay, cool. Before I even get to the legs, I'm going to go back up to the top here to finish off the arms. Okay, so right now we know that, as a matter of fact, these shoulders need to drop. Just to make sure that, okay, so with the, just to quickly explain the angles of how it would be seen from directly above. Okay, so say now, that is what the upper torso looks like from above. You have the head over here, directly from above. The shoulders would be more over here. So you have two planes. Let me do that again. You have two planes working. You have, let me do this better. You have the chest, this whole area that stands out like this. And then you have the area of the shoulders, which changes angle and comes more outwards like that. Actually, I've got the placement of these things a bit wrong. But yeah, you pretty much get the point. So yeah, the angle does change. It's not like you have the entire thing from the top like that and you try to fix it for the, yeah, put the shoulders all into just one shape. The shape does change from the shoulders through the upper torso like that. So since that is the case, from this angle, the shoulders will need to be a bit lower. Okay, so at that point, it would pretty much be about, yeah, about there. Now from this angle, the chest is sticking out quite a bit. Could actually lower that as well. It doesn't have to stick out that far. That might be the issue about the shoulders as well. Yeah, that works. That works. Makes it look a little bit easier now. And then I think from this angle, you can maybe see a little bit of the neck coming through there. And then, yeah, the chin coming through like that, or the inside of the chin. And then the nose there. Well, actually, it doesn't even have to be that sharp. Alright, cool. So for the shoulders now, make sure this is all symmetrical. Shoulders being about here. Actually, now since I've lowered it, they can go back up slightly now. So there we go. That's better. Alright, cool. So from there, we pretty much have it falling to... Wait, something's looking off now. What is going on here? Okay, I'm going to work with that. That looks about right. Okay, so from this angle, you have the arms that are falling to the side over here because the side of the ribcage is right here and right here. We know that the elbows are going to be resting on the side here. And I'm still keeping in mind the angles of the foreshortening of the perspective here as well. So it's going to be going out in that direction like that. And outwards in that direction like that. And then from there, try to get the flow here again. Try to get the flow. Come on, one line, one line. Okay, so because the center of the leg is about here, so yeah, that's about right. Then we have the arms, the hands, I mean, that fall to the sides like that. Give some definition to things here. And yes, now for, actually let me add the breasts. Okay, so at this angle, yeah, you're pretty much going to be seeing them directly from below, like that. So yeah, in terms of the under boob, you're gonna be seeing none of the how do I explain? Yeah, you're gonna be seeing none of the under boob where it's resulting like that. From a normal angle, you're not seeing none of that. You're now just getting the angle of the torso from the underside now, which is pretty much determining how the underboob actually looks over there like that, without resting on it like that. Alright, now to finish it off with the feet. Make this a little bit smaller. Okay, so just to make this keep up with the general simplistic shapes with the rest of the figure over here. Oh yes, you can have the ball joint coming through here as well. And then once again, divide it into two sections. The main section of the feet and then the toe area. And just for the hell of it, a little bit of toe definition there, just for the hell of it. Don't even need it there. Okay, cool. So that is okay. Right, yeah, a bit of an angle there. And because this is the lowest, you can actually make this the largest. With the toes being the largest of the feet. Actually, yeah, that looks better now. So now I've got to just quickly adjust the tops of the feet over here. Alright, cool, and that is pretty much that for this angle, with how we've broken it up into these cylindrical shapes. And yeah, just pretty much identifying all the angles of everything over here. Just make sure everything reads correctly. Okay, cool. Alright, so now we're going to make this. This is probably one that I'm a little bit more familiar with. So now we're going to be working from more of a side angle. So basically, I'm just working with perspective lines that work pretty much like this. So yeah, that being the sort of vanishing point over there. We've got the line, so I'm pretty much going to fit everything in according to how it all works, like that kind of thing. But yeah, you'll see that. Okay, cool. Let me just quickly draw out this grid. In the center line about there. Once again, this is just a guide. It's not me trying to fit certain things into certain areas. It is just a guide. Okay, well in this case, let's actually do it in a way where you can actually see the... Actually, let me just do this better. Because I want you guys to actually see the vanishing point as well. Okay, so now working with this already gives me an idea about how to go about some of the angles I'm going to be working with. So once I've become familiar with the upper and lower torso and the shape that those two have, then I know that, okay, if I want to start adding the upper torso in this area, I know that the shoulder line needs to be running alongside this line. So basically, okay, now I haven't drawn something this, okay, this sort of extreme angle for, I don't know, it might have probably been quite a while. But yeah, that's pretty much the upper torso right now. Okay, and now moving into the lower torso, pretty much we're also going to keep it with the lines in mind with the perspective lines going along this direction. So also seeing into, actually let me make this angle, into the lower torso like that. Alright, so yeah, that's pretty much being the lower torso. The upper torso, yeah, you can see I already started to add the line here just to kind of connect. You can do that just for your own sort of reference, just to see if they still connect, but yeah, it's not crucial that they need to be there. For this exercise, it shouldn't necessarily have that showing. Okay, cool. So now, from the side angle, now the leg. Let's start a little bit more up. Come on. Alright. Okay, also as well, we also know that the things that are further down over here are going to start shrinking in size as well. So I just need to make sure I'm keeping that in mind as well. once again, shape of the cylinder going in this direction. Okay, so that's looking cool so far. At this point, I really just want to start adding the arm here as well. So we have the ball there, and we have the cylinder coming through here. That's sort of an angle. We know that's resting up, well, it's at least alongside the ribs over here. Because her chest is kind of sticking a little bit more out, this will be pushing forward, so it's a little bit more away from the arm now. Okay, so because this is the eye, actually, yeah, let me do this again. That's better. Yeah, because this is the eye, yeah, the eye level. We know that this is only gonna, at this sort of height, only have a little bit of the curve there in the cylinder. Okay, then from there, you know, the neck pretty much runs alongside the back over here and pretty much features like that. And then, yeah, the head can actually be smaller as well. No, wait, what's going on over here? Okay, yeah, before I even get there, there's something that are throwing me off, because I'm seeing this more as a side angle now, because it's not showing as much of the top side over here. That's a bit better. Yeah, that's better. And now with this will start showing. Yeah, it'll be coming through from there already. And because this is the line ending over there, we know that this leg is pretty much going to start running in at about this angle as well. Okay, for the head quickly, just because I have this in, and I changed the angle in a way where it's now showing that it's a little bit more of a 3/4 angle compared to a direct side-on view. Okay, so you have up the back over here, through, and then there's still the flat part over here, so we've got to bring that in a bit, like that. And there we have our cylinder. Right there. Actually, there can be a little more of an angle on this. Let me see. Yeah, that's better. Alright, cool. I'm happy with that so far. And now for the lower arm over here. So we have the ball joint. And then it'll be coming back in this way. Because of the counter angles that are in effect. And it's also going to be bigger as well because that is more closer to us. A little bit more from the side, not too much facing the front. Okay, well that's fine, just have some kind of definition of different hands. And then, yes, of course, can add the sphere here. Alright, then to finish off the legs. Come on. Alright, so now to finish off the legs. Oh, and then another quick point to point out. The sides of the legs over here, because I'm working with this line for things to be on the same level of, this is pretty much the side of the leg. Because this arm is coming a lot more forwards to us, so it's going to be covering up more of the body as it falls away like that. Alright, cool. So now we're going to be adding the lower legs, which you're mostly only going to be seeing the one here. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be the shortest part. It's not going to be the length of this. Just to make sure I get the angle right. Yeah, that about works. And then for the other side, you're not really going to make it out as much, but it will come out slightly over here because it's running along this line. So that means, yeah, we'll feature there ever so slightly like that. Now with the feet. straight. Wait, this is incorrect. Okay, so the legs being together like this. I'm working with this line now. Yeah, that's the issue I'm having. I'm not showing it from the top enough because we're looking quite down on it. I need to see it more from the top. That's already looking better. I was having it coming way too much from the side. Much better, much better. Okay, yeah, because you can see that's running along that. So yeah, all my perspective lines are in check now. Could actually potentially make, yeah, this leg a bit smaller because it is the one that is furthest away. Alright, cool. I'm just about happy that works. Yeah, cool, that works for me. Okay, so to add off the last detail, I'm going to be adding her breasts now. So now I'm working with the angles of the upper torso now dividing it up into 3 sections, as I did in the first section over here. Just make sure I'm following that through again over here. So 3 sections. 1. And also according to the perspective lines of things running more in this direction and how that wraps across the surface of this area now. Okay, yeah, it pretty much being more or less like that. As you can see, I'm keeping it to this area over here, making sure that even though you can't really see any space of the shoulder on that side, that's just because of the perspective. Obviously, there is evidence of it showing on the side because of how it is being exposed by the perspective now. Alright, so where's that center line? Okay, so the center line, you can just add it across over there from the lower torso and then now up through the upper torso. But it'll be sort of vanishing along, you know, here with how things are wrapping around to the other side because of the angle involved. Right, so yeah, not going to really be seeing. Yeah, actually, I got it wrong. Email coming from. Yeah, that's more likely. Let me just get rid of some of those lines there. Oh yes, and you can see that I'm not doing the breasts to go all the way like that. Because of this angle, you're just pretty much seeing how the breast is resting on the body from, well, on the upper torso from this angle. So there will be some of that sort of involved. Just, yeah, well, yeah, that's just pretty much how it works from this angle. Okay, cool. So that is pretty much it in terms of these angles now from these perspectives. I'm going to be showing you guys now just in my own sort of practice of how I go about sketching sort of more extreme sort of versions of perspective and foreshortening, just so you can see how I go about all of that. Alright, cool guys, so that pretty much covers that in terms of the basic level of more extreme perspectives like this. You can take this even further, but you know, you can pretty much go on forever if you want to be tackling all the various other sort of angles. But what I will be doing for you guys is just showing you in my own sort of sketching style how I go about handling more extreme versions of perspective. In terms of when you're having things happen that are, like for example, hands that are really close to you versus the body being a lot further back. So in terms of going about things like that, I normally draw, if the hand is really close, I'll normally draw that first. Okay, well, I'll draw the rest of the body, but instead of drawing the arm leading its way up to the hand, I will just draw the hand exactly where it needs to be, and then I'll figure out the placement of the rest of the arm. Just so I'm placing the most important part, being the hand, in the right place as being the priority, and then, yeah, filling in the rest from me. So, for example, okay, so just a very, very basic figure coming through over here. Now, I just got to kind of feel the general area of the hand that I'm wanting to be placed anywhere, and I will just start drawing the hand in like that. And then now for the connection point between, and now I have the opportunity of really shifting this anywhere I feel is a decent enough place for the hand. And then I'll be like, okay, cool. So now I have the hand going this way. So now what I generally do is I'll work with like sort of counter angles in a way that just makes it look more natural. So since the hand is going that way, I will want to add the forearm in the opposite direction. But now, okay, now there's an issue with this finger over here lining up too much with that. So let's see. Because yeah, I don't like the idea of having parallel lines with anything else in this area. So I have to change that. So taking this, I have it closer like that now. And from here, I'll start adding the forearm in. Also, once again, you want to make sure that the placement is not directly on here as well. You want to make sure it's either like out and away, or yeah, just anywhere where it's not too close and interfering with the perspective lines too much. Okay, right now it's actually giving me a little bit of a bother. Okay, I'm not going to add too much of the forearm. I'll just add a little bit of it coming through. Yeah, you don't have to show too much of it. You don't have to show too much of it. That's all. Alright, cool. And now you can start. More. And now for the connection point of the upper arm. Bring that through there like that. Okay, yeah, we're not going to get into muscles and all that, just breaking down the general shapes of the figure here. Alright, cool, so that's pretty much how I handle a lot of the foreshortening that is really coming out at you like that, where I just tackle the most important thing that is the closest to the camera first, and then I'll find a way of building the bridge between that point and the rest of the mass of the figure that I'm working with. And yeah, I mean, this will pretty much apply to other things as well, like for example, if I had to go ahead and Alright, so if I'm working with it, actually let me bring you closer. If I'm working with something like that, I will, at times I won't even worry about adding the upper arm. I will just, okay, let me see, what am I trying to do? Yeah, like I'll add in the forearm first because I'm wanting that to be what's creating a lot more sort of perspective and depth to whatever I'm working with, and then I will add in the rest of the arm there, like that. Yes, maybe she's holding something, a sword. Or something, who knows. But yeah, so that's basically how I'll handle it. Always making sure that whatever is the closest, I'll add that first and then yeah, create a bridge between that or the other. And then also, you know, when it comes to working with this and basically like, you know, it'll just be like a subtle, if I'm working with perspective like this, I'll make sure that this is very close and the other arm is a lot smaller and further, you know, further away like that. So it creates a lot more sort of dramatic, yeah, a lot more dramatic effect like that. Alright, cool. So those are just some of the ways I handle it. And once again, this is with an awareness of perspective still coming through here like that as well. So, you know, in terms of these things, you know, the vanishing points of knowing how to work with this awareness and making sure that each part of the body lines up like that according to these lines, that is pretty much the easiest and most basic point I can actually stress about getting perspective right. Now, working with these other angles over here, I could have done a better job about going about how to line it all up in a specific way, but once again, I don't necessarily always work with such extreme angles. But yeah, you do get the point over what I'm stressing in terms of using those vanishing points and just knowing how what is the closest is the biggest, and what is further away gets, you know, smaller and smaller and smaller like that. And just making sure that everything is on its consistent line like that. And, you know, as simple as that, you know, when you start to just get that and practice that in, it starts to become much easier, you know, to the point where now, yeah, it's way more natural. Whereas before I went through so many struggles. So yeah, you guys will go through your struggles, trust me, but hey, the struggle is a part of how we grow and how we learn. I heard a quote once, or was it, it's not the workout that makes you stronger, it is the recovery time. So don't expect results to happen immediately once you do this, even if you are learning certain things in or whatever, or just struggling throughout that whole process. It's only afterwards, like a couple of days afterwards, that when you draw, it's like, whoa, I'm starting to do things that, you know, I haven't really been able to do before. And yes, you have recovered enough now for things to properly take effect. Alright guys, so now you're going to be seeing some more examples of me working with foreshortening at my own pace. And I will be speeding this up a bit, but don't worry, you'll still be getting some commentary from me just explaining how I'm going about it and just my sort of general process with this, with each one. So yeah, hope you guys enjoy. Okay, so at this point, all I really knew was that I wanted a 3/4 low angle shot on this figure, and that pretty much gave me the best basis to start off with. And yeah, I knew as well that I wanted to work with some foreshortening with the closest leg over here. So since the leg is lifting a bit like that, I knew obviously to have the upper leg the shortest like that. And then also I'm working with shapes now, not just to look good for one leg alone, but for the whole form of both legs together to also look appealing with how those shapes have been brought together. Then with the arms, I pretty much have like a counter motion over here, suggesting that there is a sort of action taking place within the body. So basically the furthest arm on the right over there being the one that's coming forward, along with the leg on the left that's also coming forward like that. So there's this kind of walking-ish kind of a feel there that's coming through. But hey, this could be a pose that is floating or jumping, or you know, whatever the case is. I haven't really distinguished that at this point yet, so I'm kind of still just winging it at this point. And yeah, I also did want some little bit of perspective with the arm, the closest arm over there. But you'll see now with me adding this foot, I have it in a way where it is making contact with a surface of whatever kind. And you know, if I spend a little bit more time on it, I probably would have actually have redrawn that foot in a way where it does look more as though it is, the character is floating. And now with this next gesture, I had a little bit more of an idea of what I wanted to achieve here. I kind of had a sort of kung fu-ish kind of stance that I wanted to bring through. You'll see in a moment more. Yeah, with that sort of leg lifted over there as though, you know, she's getting ready to brace herself for one of those kicks or whatever. So yeah, obviously I'm keeping in mind also the flow throughout the entire gesture over there, like that. And so yeah, still like a lowish sort of angle, not as extreme as the previous example, but still low. And you'll see now with the arms, it's pretty much like that sort of kung fu sort of stance like that I've tried to have come across. And you'll see that there's a nice sort of S shape coming through the entire the entirety of both arms like that. And the reason that I shifted the front leg like that now was because I felt that there was too much verticalness happening. So to break that up, I just decided to take that front leg and tilt it to kind of cut up all those sort of vertical lines. And yeah, now I'm feeling it's giving a lot more of a better sort of feel in terms of the foreshortening happening with the knee being the closest and then breaking up all of those sort of paralleling kind of lines there. And yeah, just thought I'd also lengthen the back leg over there as well. And yeah, you know, this, I'll go through a whole bunch of adjustments throughout a pose like this that I'm not too sure of. But right now I'm also sort of testing how far I can go in terms of just using just my imagination alone. So yeah, if I'm going to be tackling a pose that I'm not using reference, that's where often I can go round and round for a while until I figure out the best way that I'm most comfortable with. But yeah, like it's not that often where I'll draw up a pose that from beginning to end, I won't have to do any adjustments or changes to it. And then for this last one, since I worked with angles before that were sort of low angles like that, I decided to now come from above like this. And for this one, I knew that I wanted to work with a flying motion that was coming upwards like that. So yeah, this time around, I was also more clear on my intent, because intent is so important when you start off with these poses, or else you run the risk of just going round and round forever and frustrating yourself. So you see, I've kept in mind the flow throughout the entire form as well, even not just with the angle that I'm working at, but within the gesture within this pose. So you can see how I've tilted the head backwards like that. That's creating an arc in the back and throughout the rest of the body like that. And you'll see I've also like opening up the chest area because I just felt the shoulders needed more space in relation to the areas of the breasts as well. So yeah, I just needed to give all of that some more breathing room. And yeah, just right now I'm just adjusting some of the foreshortening with the legs because I felt that needed to be a little bit more boosted with the front leg. And then to take that even further to, you'll see in a moment, yeah, I'm taking that furthest leg, making it smaller to really sort of boost the sort of perception of the scale that's happening here, just to make it a little bit more dramatic. And then with this furthest arm over there, you'll see in a moment, yeah, I'm making all these little adjustments now because, yeah, I'm not totally, there's certain things that are just still standing out to me as not being 100%. But yeah, that's quite normal for me when I'm working with poses that I don't generally always work with. But yeah, when it comes to these using a lot of perspective and foreshortening like this, it can be a lot of fun. So this is definitely an area that I want to play around with even more. And you see with this arm now, I'm going to be moving this in a way where the flow throughout both arms are now more of an extreme sort of V shape like that, just because the motion moving upwards is going to put more stress on the arms to actually be pushed back more. So yeah, those are just some of the things that I wanted to point out for you guys with those poses. Alright guys, so that is pretty much the end of this part of the tutorial. So now come your exercises. Alright guys, so now going back to our cylindrical figures, I'm wanting you to start off with just focusing on the upper and lower torso from these angles, from the top, from the bottom, and then from the side. Alright, so I'm wanting you to do 15 of just the upper, lower, and torsos in these from these 3 different angles. Alright, so then after you have completed those, I'm wanting you to redraw in the limbs, the limbs and the head for 10 of those angles that you draw in the upper and lower torso, so that then after you've completed those, for the remaining 5 of the upper and lower torso that you have, I'm wanting you to pretty much come up with your own ideas for your poses for the limbs and the head, then in whatever poses you want to come up with. Working with whatever foreshortening that you're wanting. If you're wanting the hand or the arms to be forward, or if you're wanting the legs or the knees to be coming forward, whatever you guys want. Just play around and have fun and loosen up and play around with that. No stress there. I want you guys to have fun with those last 5 for each of these 3 angles. Okay, so just so I'm clear, I know I'm throwing you a bit in the deep end when it comes to this, so you will struggle a bit. Alright, but this is all for a purpose. You need to basically gauge and get a sense of where you're at in terms of how well you can visualize, and then from there how well you can actually get that down on paper or on screen, and then from there you'll have a very good basis as to how to move forward when taking specific studies further in terms of you either studying standing poses, sitting poses, action poses, whatever it is. Alright guys, well that is it from me for this video. I hope you guys have fun with this one, and yes, I will see you in the next video. Alright guys, so for this video I'm wanting to get back into flow a bit, just because in my first video I really went into the absolute basics with working with that very simple gesture. So in this case I'm wanting to take that even further to show you how it's broken up now in terms of working with limbs doing a multitude of different things. Alright, so when starting off, I'm wanting you guys to build an awareness of your secondary flow line. So the primary flow lines that I first started off with in the beginning, the primary flow line wouldn't necessarily include the limbs doing their separate things over here. So in this case, the primary flow line would kind of just be flowing through the top like this. So once again, not as much of a flow happening here when you're just focusing on the primary flow line. That's why secondary flow lines, which includes the details of the limbs and all that coming through, is where things are going to help a lot more. Alright, so in this case, working with the secondary flow lines, this is basically how it is going to be seen now. Once again, running through the center of the mass of the figure. Oh, and if you're wondering why I only included this part of the tutorial at this later stage after the first video on flow, right now if you guys have been keeping up with the exercises, you guys are fairly warmed up in terms of how you are taking things in. So right now, going back to the basics of these very important fundamentals, this is the best time for you guys to be taking this in. Now from the side angle, I'm not even necessarily worrying about the center point over here of connecting the legs at all. Just focusing on the legs themselves. And then you can't see the back of the arm over here, but I'm still going to adding it anyway, just to kind of practice in the awareness of that being there anyway. Alright, so that's pretty much what the flow is looking like on the, with these secondary flow lines coming through. Alright. So now I wanted to bring in this example just to pretty much show the relationship with 2 gestures coming together where their flow can influence each other. So that's another level of awareness to have, is how they can influence each other. Because you can see that there is an S-shape
flow coming through over here like that, and the same is true with him as well. Alright. So with working with this one, start with the head. As you can see, quite a nice flow coming through all the way from the top of the head all the way down his leg over there. Nice curve in his other leg there. And then the shoulders. Okay, pretty much as simple as that. Yeah, actually, yeah, from this angle you will see the connection between the legs like that. Okay, and for this, obviously quite a nice flow coming from the top of the head all the way through the leg like that as well. And now, once again, you can see quite a nice flow coming through the arms themselves now. So yeah, that is pretty much what's happening there. Obviously quite a few nice connecting lines all the way through here like this. So yeah, those are the kinds of things that you guys need to pay attention to. And then yeah, like the sitting pose, this is where, yeah, like because I wasn't so familiar with sitting poses, this is what did confuse me a bit in terms of how the flow would be working here. But it's actually still pretty simple. Alright, so let's start off with the head. And the shoulders. And yeah, that's pretty much the flow, just like that. Alright, so yeah, not a big deal at all, like pretty straightforward. But yeah, once again, just having that awareness of the flow that you can see, that you can just kind of make out when you kind of just focus on the entire mass in itself and not any specific details whatsoever. Alright, so then when moving forward, because okay, this being the first level, which yeah, once again is not really that practical for you to be adding to your actual work. So this is just a level of awareness to have. Then basically moving forwards, where it starts to become a little bit more practical, is when you're focusing on flow running through the contour line. So basically the flow running through the outlines of the gestures that you're going to be working with. So, for example, now the flow the lines that you're going to be working with is, like for example, a line from here running all the way through like that. So you're not going to be adding all the lines here. I find myself just trying to focus on the main curves that are the strongest that are coming through, and then I will just leave the rest. So for example, I'm seeing quite a nice flow coming through here, so just like that. You see over here, I'm not even worrying about the other parts of the leg. This is enough for me. These outlines are enough for me to already kind of get a bit of a feel of how it could be. And then for this one, obviously there are some contour lines here that are pretty consistent already, just without even worrying about the center flow line. So yeah, but obviously this level is, yeah, obviously things get more practical for you guys. And already doing this, me just adding the single line over here is already suggesting that there is still a mass coming through over here. You just haven't drawn it yet, so your mind automatically wants to try and fill that in even though it's not there. So yeah, at this level it's really not necessary to add in the lines, but yeah, when you can add in, when you can just select the most yeah, basically the strongest lines, the most important, just being selected over which lines come through the strongest and getting those down so that it already looks like a full figure without it necessarily being a full figure, then you know you are going in the right direction. So you see, if anything, most of these lines will be concentrated on filling up the mass of the upper torsos, and then yeah, legs kind of like vanishes in a sense. So yeah, already you can see more of a sort of a mass coming through just by using these lines. And even, yeah, once again, not necessary to fill in all the lines whatsoever. And when you can reduce your flow to this and still have the energy of the pose coming through in a way where it's still looking natural and comfortable, then you're going in the right direction. Just because, yeah, if this can read already this well at this simple point, then you getting your fundamentals down correctly and setting in the right foundation for you moving forward. Alright, so lastly this one, should be able to get a better read on this one compared to the previous. So and hey, even if you get a line incorrectly placed or whatever. It doesn't matter, it's no big deal. Just keep on doing what you're doing. Right, because yeah, that probably wasn't necessary, but it doesn't really matter. Add on here just to balance it out. So yeah, you can already see that adding these lines like this, but leaving the sort of other inner or outer lines out, it still works. It still works, and it still comes across in a way where you can really make out the mass of the figure now as actually being a form that you're working with, instead of just running with center lines that kind of just look like more of a skeleton, yeah, like a stickman skeleton basically. All right, so that is that level, which starts to become a lot more useful. And then the next one, if I can find a piece of paper, yes, is one where you're focused on exaggerating. Okay, when you exaggerate the flow, when working with the secondary flow lines, when you focus a little bit more on the masses coming through like that, exaggerating them really gives you a greater feel over just how far you can take these things. Because if you're taking them far on pretty much going in the right direction, understanding it from the right basis, you can still exaggerate in a way where, even though it's exaggerated, it's still coming across in a believable way that still has a natural quality to it. So when you exaggerate things, yeah, it really helps you to see the pose basically with a magnifying glass, and just, yeah, when it comes that much stronger to be able to see it in that much more in an exaggerated way, then you're really seeing it. Because yeah, if you're not really seeing it that well, you're kind of going to be holding back with certain things you probably shouldn't be holding back on. So yeah, knowing how to exaggerate it really can help, even if it's like really completely unrealistic. That is not the point. Realism is not the point. It's about just working with an awareness of flow when working with your forms, and then yeah, once again, seeing how far you can push that. Because that is, once again, showing yourself that you are on the right path, even if you pretty much express an exaggerated form of that. So, for example. Okay, so what I basically try to say there was that if you have a good understanding of flow, if you take that same understanding and you exaggerate it, it will still come across as believable, obviously now just in an exaggerated style. Whereas if your awareness of flow isn't that great and you then exaggerate it, it will then really come across as not really believable, and it'll just look wrong. So yeah, exaggerating your current level of awareness of flow will definitely tell you, will definitely show you if you headed in the right direction or not. I didn't even really exaggerate that even. It kind of just made it a little bit more... Okay, definitely there's a lot more of an arch in the back happening. So for this sort of pose, that can work, but once again, it depends on your style and how realistic you're going. Because if you are working with a realistic style and trying to add in this kind of an exaggeration, it's going to look really uncomfortable. But if you're working with a style that's more simplistic and more stylized, it can still read as, yeah, possible, basically. Okay, well, basically on that note of me trying to exaggerate things, but in some ways it being more accurate according to the actual reference than exaggerated, one thing I have noticed is that sometimes there will be things holding us back from actually pushing it far enough for it to actually just be accurate. And yeah, we don't feel comfortable pushing it that far, so knowing how to exaggerate things and pushing it that far is a very valuable tool to have when you're holding back in certain ways. So yeah, knowing how to push yourself in these ways will definitely help. Yeah, so if to compare it to a little bit more exaggeration there, probably not as much. Let me see how much further I can take this now, actually. definitely quite a lot of extreme exaggeration coming through over here. But there's something about it that, yeah, for the style is still coming across as, yeah, suitable for the style that I'm working with over here. So yeah, you definitely don't want to be bringing this through into more realistic styles though. Alright, so let's see how much we can actually exaggerate these now. Alright, so yeah, not too bad. Definitely like a lot more fun. I could exaggerate the flow lines over here a little bit more effortlessly. Like that when working with such an open kind of flow here. Alright, cool. So yeah, that's not too bad actually. But yeah, so it's just, yeah, it really is just a matter of exaggerating and making the flow lines just more, that much more noticeable. Actually, yeah, let me see if I can do that again. Having a little bit of a bit of here, let's see. Give me a little bit of space here. I'm not totally happy with that. So yeah, let me try another one. Alright. Because I can see how I'm needing to just get this part over here a little bit more opened up. So let's try it the other direction now.
Alright, already I'm starting to feel better about this now. Alright, so yeah, sometimes when it comes to your studies, if it's not if you're not quite feeling it the one direction, give the other direction a go and exaggerate that and see if that will read better compared to that. And yeah, in this case, this is definitely working much better. Alright, cool. Well, that is pretty much that. I'm glad I actually figured that one out. So, yeah, just definitely with these kinds of things, when you're doing your own studies, like do them over and over again, trying different ways. Because I realized I did this twice and it was not working, but I tried to do the same thing over. And yeah, like if I'm gonna be doing the same thing over and over again, even if I'm trying to stress certain angles a little bit more, if it's wrong, it is wrong and it needs to be changed. So yeah, because I made a proper change and left I decided to go ahead here, now it's actually worked out for the best. So yeah, alright, cool. So from here, I'm now going to be giving you some exercises based on everything that I've shared with you right now. So I'm really hoping that these will actually help you to get a better feel for flow in general like this. Being from the internal flow line, but then this being your most important foundation moving forwards when doing your own personal studies when it comes to whatever you want to study more of. And once again, repetition is where you are going to be soaking in the most. Honestly, when it comes to repetition, that is where I have honestly learned the most when it comes to studying anything at all. And repetition in terms of doing the same thing correctly over and over and over and over and over again until it starts to stick, until you start to figure out the patterns in a way where you can break it down in a simple enough way for it to still come across as accurate. And hey, all just from your own imagination now, once it has been pretty much trained into your subconscious in a sense. But because you're working with the repetition, you're giving yourself more chance to basically register certain things. Because I had people, I was speaking to some people, but and telling me, but yeah, I would prefer to actually learn about why the arm will be doing this or that instead of just copying it enough times. So then I just do it because it's been copied in that way. When you actually repeatedly draw whatever you're drawing over and over and over again, you will automatically start to figure out these things for yourself. So the level of awareness that you have in the beginning will change over, once you've drawn it like 10, 15, even 20 times. So yeah, I don't think that you're going to stick with not having any awareness of it and just kind of having trained yourself to just draw how it looks like that way, because it just looks that way. You will build an awareness of why it looks that way as well. So yeah, it works on many levels. Obviously, studying anatomy as well will take all of this far further as well. But also, when you start to learn the nature of flow and how that works in terms of doing repetitive studies, you will start to get a much better feel of flow through your repetitive studies. So yes, repetitive studies. And yes, I repeat myself a lot. So once again, repetitiveness is the way that things sink in more. Alright, so yeah, let's get to those exercises now. Alright guys, so now for your exercises. I'm wanting you to once again do 30 studies using the secondary flow lines when studying 3 gestures. Okay, so 10 sketches for each gesture. Alright, so moving on to the next part. I'm now wanting you to, instead of working with just the central flow line, I'm now wanting you to work with the flow lines that now run with the outer, with the outlines, with the contour lines. Okay, and you guys can also get to choose which lines that you decide to leave out for yourself. Obviously, over here you can see which ones I've left out, but you want to just be focusing on the lines that hold the most importance when putting your gestures together. Alright, so once again, 30 sketches of these in total, broken down into, once again, 3 different studies for 3 different studies 10 sketches each, whichever pose that you want to choose. And yeah, that'll cover pretty much this part, working with the contour flow lines now. And then after that, once again, 30 again, but now I'm wanting you from this level to exaggerate this. Exaggerate this in ways where you're trying to find the flow line, like for example, the flow line, which over here, for example, and I've exaggerated that to be emphasized even more. So work around with trying to emphasize your flow lines as much as what you can to still look believable in a sense. So yeah, in that style that you're working with. So once again, 30 of these. So in total, I'm asking you guys for 90 sketches, 90 studies. But once again, these will go pretty quickly. So yeah, and once again, you will definitely be building a much better understanding of how flow lines run through the contour lines that actually hold the mass of the figure that you're working with. Alright guys, so that is it from me in terms of flow. And yeah, in the next video, the second part of this video, I'm going to be breaking down different ways of how you can be actually doing studies of gestures working with flow and the feeling of flow through different techniques. So hope you guys enjoy that one as well. Anyway, that's it from me for this video, for this part of the video, and yeah, I'll catch you in the second part. Alright, so welcome to the section focused on studies. Now honestly, I think this is one of the most important parts that I can share with you guys, because from here, based on everything that I've shared with you in the previous videos, now you're going to be taking all of that and applying that to your studies with that level of awareness, because now you're going to be taking your awareness even further and refining it into areas that you want to build personally, whether that's action poses, general standing or sitting poses, or whichever kind of, regular, everyday kind of poses, and whatever it may be, up to you guys. But yeah, based on all of that, there are certain ways that you can go about building your awareness when it comes to specific gestures. So you'll probably pick one or two, probably mostly just focus on one way of studying something, and yeah, you can take that pretty far. But when you start going into other ways and other different means of approaching the exact same thing, you will really expand your horizons in a way that you would not expect before. So I'm going to be going through a couple of examples now of different techniques focused on just building your awareness in different ways when focusing on gestures in general. So yeah, it really does help to actually not only see things one way, but leave that sort of comfort zone and try out a new way. And that's what I'm going to be sharing with you in this video. So yeah, let's get started. Okay, so starting off here, I pretty much began with the technique that I'm most familiar with. It's just a looser style, nothing too fancy about it. And yeah, what I'm really focusing on trying to work on at this point is, as much as I'm trying to focus on the figure, that I'm trying to really get a sense of the overall gesture that's coming through, what I'm really focusing on above that right now is my technique, just to get a better feel over how my hand moves across the page and with how much pressure I apply, wherever that may be. And yeah, it's just, this is out of my comfort zone a bit. It's been a while. It's been a long time since I've actually sketched like this. And yeah, so this is really just me getting a better feel for all of this. And I will say that for this recording, I went through so many pages, just trying to redo it over and over and over, trying to develop my sort of technique in a way where I was warmed up enough to be comfortable with how things were flowing, how that whole sort of technique was flowing, how I was feeling that, and how it was looking as well. So yeah, with that, I would get to one and I'd be like, okay, that's cool, that's pretty good, but I knew I could do better. So I would chuck that one aside, pull out a new sheet of paper, and do it over again. And I did that for each of these now that I'm going to be sharing with you. Wow, probably around 10 times over. And every time I took away something from it. Because once again, I found myself being able to see that, hey, with each one I could still find ways of improving it if I had to do it over. And yeah, practicing through that sort of repetition, that's what I was talking about earlier. That's what's really going to be rocketing you forward in terms of how much you really soak in and absorb. So yeah, that's why I cannot stress the importance enough when it comes to repetition and doing your studies. So yeah, even though you're only seeing me doing one of each of these right now, but yeah, well, one of each in a way where I'm still going to be focusing on. Okay, so I do three different gestures, and after I finish those three, I then use those same three, but I use a different technique for those same three, just to pretty much compare all of the techniques when working with the same content, with drawing the same poses, just to kind of compare them. So yeah, that's pretty much what I decided to do for this, in a sense where I would be able to best sort of compare each of the techniques. So I didn't get too lost in having my favorite poses or whatever the case is, and then that kind of overshadowing the technique that came through. So yeah, I wanted all of that to be on a level playing field. Alright, so at this point, with me taking it this far and shading it like this, I had been coming across quite a few, well, not quite a few, probably only about around 3 artists on Instagram where they very much focus on only doing sort of anatomy sketches, studies, whatever you want to call them, in charcoal. And just because that's pretty much all they do, the level of mastery that they've achieved is amazing, and that was very inspiring for me. So I tried that out, and can't say my results were the greatest. Once again, totally out of my comfort zone, but I'm glad I gave it a go, because it really gave me a sense that that's an area, sort of technique that I for myself in my own time really want to develop, because I really like the results of the look of it, and I really enjoy the feel of the technique of how your hand flows across the page. Because really, even though artists are very much about creating final results to show, being an artist, a massive part, the biggest part of that whole process is actually the creation of it and how you flow through that. So yeah, going through these sort of more fine art-ish kind of techniques are definitely able to, offer me far more than what things like, what I've experienced with working with digital forms of art. So yeah, that's also another reason why I focused quite a fair amount of this tutorial on traditional, is because you need to be a lot more strict and disciplined with yourself, because you can only take things so far. Whereas with digital, you have the ability to really, you have too much freedom basically, and you're basically allowed to screw up as many times as you want, and it's fine, because hey, you have your undo button, and you can select, move things around, you can transform and warp things in whichever shape or form you want to. And yeah, it's far too forgiving. That's why working traditionally, you have to be disciplined, right? Because yeah, there's only so many times you can rub out on your page before it starts to leave a bit of a stain, or you damage your paper, whatever the case is. So yeah, that's why doing your studies on paper and trying to, I know it's not always going to happen, but trying to erase as little as possible is the best way, because if that's the way you're going to be working, trust me, you will eventually adapt in a way where you use your eraser less and less. Right, well, that is pretty much it for the first one. So yeah, that's kind of me warming up in a sense. So right now, yeah, we're now moving on to the second one, and at this point, feeling more confidence with things. Obviously, even though this is a faster sort of technique compared to what I'm normally used to in terms of, you know, my more sort of digital work, and just giving myself too much freedom to be far too precious and far too careful with everything. Yeah, this is definitely a sort of practice that is really helping me to loosen up. And yeah, at this point, okay, I'm kind of going out the screen there, so I do apologize about that. And yeah, you know, working with the sort of more free sort of technique, I found that it did start to change my relationship with art just a little bit in terms of, yeah, so a lot of you might know that when I get to my digital arts, a lot of the times, okay, it's kind of eased off a little bit more recently, but for the most part, I can get really very heavily polished, very detailed, and I can, a lot of my artwork can just be very involved. And honestly, it gets to a point where even though I really enjoy that to a point, it can become very exhausting. Okay, that's why working with a sort of technique a lot faster, where you can actually move a lot more. Because once again, what I'm doing over here is I'm trying to not only focus on just wrist movements. I'm pretty much holding my pencil in a way where I'm giving myself more length to work with, in a sense where I'm opening up everything more. So it's not just wrist, it's wrist as well of my entire arm moving. So yeah, it's really about feeling that flow and yeah, finding a way of that working into your artwork in a way where you can actually see the energy, where you can see that motion coming through. Alright, so yeah, that is basically okay, yes, right now what I'm doing, I did it in the last example, but I'll explain and point out a little bit more here. I am drawing in the lines between the transitions of the highlights and the shadows. Because, okay, only reason I'm doing that is because I saw some of the other fine artists that were doing, you know, there's anatomy sketches and gesture sketches and all that. I saw that's what they were doing, and I was like, whoa, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna give that a go myself, and it does have a cool look to it, because you'll see in a moment, I do take the shade, I take the shading further, and you'll see how that comes through. Yes, it's not quite having the results that I was planning on, because of just how awesome those fine artists can get their sort of technique coming through in terms of their shading and how they're breaking up the parts of the artwork in terms of their highlights and their shadows and their transitions. And yeah, they pretty much should have a very good feel of working with their contrasts and knowing where to keep things light and knowing where to place their darkest points, because that in itself is quite an art in itself and cannot be underestimated whatsoever. So yeah, it's a very, very important area to also pay attention to, where you place your dark. Because sometimes when you're doing your studies, okay, well, this is what I realized with these, with some of the sketches that I saw of these fine artists, is that they will not be including everything. They won't be including all of the darknesses that will be coming through. They will only be very selectively choosing the ones that will really bring out the most in the artwork. So yeah, being very, very careful and strategic about you placing and choosing out your shadows in relation to your highlights is a very it's a very important thing to be aware of and to develop, especially in terms of your composition and how the lights and darks all sort of sit together, when you kind of get a sense of the overall picture of the of the whole thing together like that. Okay, so well, basically at this point with me shading things now, I am deliberately breaking my shading down into basically two parts. Okay, so you have your highlights being the whites that I'm leaving white. Okay, and then I have my darkest tones, which you can see are the shadows there under the breasts. It'll be like the sort of darkest tone that'll be coming through. And then there is a mid-tone there that's, yeah, you can see, which is on the upper part of the chest and the shadow side of on the skin there. And yeah, I just make sure to break it down like that, so I'm keeping the simplicity of how I'm working with the shading, and just to make sure that I know exactly what I'm doing on that note. Because yeah, if you're not breaking it down like that, you can easily kind of wash your sort of highlights with your midtones, with your shadows too much, and things just kind of look, or just smudge together too much. So yeah, it's a very important sort of awareness to have, to be able to break down your tones in categories of, okay, your bases being shadows, midtones, and your highlights, and then kind of working in your sort of shading and the gradients from there. Yeah, also another thing to note with how I'm shading right now, I find that when I hold my pencil like that at a further distance, I have far more control over being able to balance out the sort of pressure that I'm applying much easier compared to if I'm holding it really closely like that. Because holding it like that, I'm kind of letting the lead just rest on the page and only applying a little bit of pressure. Okay, cool. Well, here's the last one that I'm going to be doing with this technique now. Obviously, a lot more shadow here. And yeah, for this one, obviously, this kind of tests me a little bit more in terms of making sure that I'm getting that shape curve coming through with the flow, and yeah, then just making sure to place everything in the correct place and make sure the proportions read well and all of that. And you can see that so far I've made sure to not erase whatsoever, because yeah, there have been certain areas where it's like, okay, you know, I could have improved on that or whatever, but that's not the point, because I'm trying to get into the habit of not needing something to try and always correct my mistakes, you know, something else. I want to make sure that I get it right first time, because this sort of discipline will ripple throughout the rest of your artistic practice as well. And yeah, so yeah, things are looking not too bad so far. I think the upper torso, the shoulder line could have probably maybe have been angled actually, yeah, more straight, but no, that's actually not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. But yeah, the upper torso probably could have been like shifted a little bit more to the right. But yeah, you know, these things are going to happen when you're not erasing whatsoever, especially since this isn't something that I've done too much. So yeah, this is definitely a sort of practice that I do want to practice more often, because yeah, there's a lot of value in making sure that you don't erase or undo or, you know, whatever that, because once you get used to that, you get used to making mistakes. And in that sense, like, hey, making mistakes are okay, because why? Because I have my undo button, I have my eraser, whatever the case is. So yeah, you want to get used to not making mistakes, or at least even when you do, making sure to move on. Don't get caught up in it. Don't try to erase it over and over and over again. Move on. Keep your flow. Keep your movement going, because if you get caught up in one thing and trying to correct one thing, you'll get stuck there for a while and you will get super frustrated and you will have lost all of your momentum. So it's best just to keep on moving. Okay guys, so I'm starting to notice that I have lost a bit of my technique here, because I have made okay, so basically what is happening here is my intent for doing this pose right now. Originally it was about focusing on feeling the flow of my strokes and working around the sort of gesture with that sort of flow. But I gave far too much of my attention to trying to get the gesture in itself, more and more accurate. And because I gave more of my attention to the accuracy of the gesture, and that became the priority, I lost the flow. I lost my momentum, and I stopped focusing on my hand just flowing like that throughout the artwork. Because if you have to compare this to the previous example, I definitely have used fewer lines to pretty much make up the contour lines, the outer edges and inner lines and all that. And you'll see I'm just going over some of the lines that I've already laid down far too often, and in that way those lines are looking a little bit too messy for my liking. So yeah, this is an example of me giving my attention to something I'm recognizing as a problem and no longer committing to what I had originally intended, which was to be just focus on the flow, just focus on how your technique is feeling. Because I didn't focus on the feeling, it gave my attention to the problem, I pretty much drove straight into that problem. And yeah, my technique suffered. And yeah, that sort of idea that I just brought up, that is so true with every other part in life as well. If you give your attention far too much to a problem, you will pull yourself right into that problem, and you will make it potentially worse for yourself. That was something that mountain biking also taught me as well. I've been doing that now for the past 2 years, and I realized that if you give too much of your attention to something that you see of as an obstacle or something that you need to avoid in a way that you no longer commit to you just moving forward on your path, you will then steer yourself right into whatever that was that you were trying to avoid. And yeah, the same is true with life. So yeah, all these different practices of life are there to really teach us more about life. And yeah, it's not as much as what we think it is in terms of, we see art and it's like, we make it about the artwork. But, we don't actually see the entire process that the artists themselves went through from their whole sort of process in all the challenges that they faced and overcame within the artwork. Because that in itself is where all the value lies for the artists, for us artists. I think so many of us get far too focused on us trying to create final products that look a certain way that others will accept and love and praise and whatever the case is. So we kind of lose sight over the actual process and what is the process telling us about ourselves. Okay, so just not to leave you guys too much in the darkness in terms of what I'm doing right now. Honestly, I'm not doing anything too new compared to what I was doing before. This is just more of me trying to keep up with that technique. Obviously, I lost a bit of that with me focusing a bit too much on the accuracy of the pose and thinking I was getting that a bit too wrong or for whatever the case is. But yeah, as I was saying, like, art is there to really show us more about ourselves and how we go about the process of creating our lives and how we handle struggles or difficulties or challenges in general. Because I do realize that when sometimes I do get caught up in an issue in an artwork that I'm wanting to correct, I can often spend a long time trying to correct something, going over and round and round and round, trying to correct something, and I will really I'll really exhaust myself sometimes, and often I'll have to get up and move away from the artwork and just have some real time to myself. And what I realized is that through other challenges that I have just on a regular basis, whatever sort of things that come my way, what will happen is I will focus on that issue and I will try my hardest to either correct that, whatever the case is, and I will be stuck there for quite a while. And I would have lost the momentum completely when it comes to me just moving forward with whatever else I was doing, and I'll give my full attention to that problem, not realizing that, whoa, I've got other things to do. I've got
yeah, basically, I had lost sight of my mission as a result of me giving far too much attention to that. Okay, so now moving on. This here is me now trying to execute an even looser style. So yeah, this is taking what I was working on before to the next level of that stuff. So this, for me personally, is even more so out of my comfort zone, but this is really all about feeling the flow. All right, and already you can see that my results are coming together way quicker than what they did with the previous techniques. That's because, once again, my mission here was completely locked down into just making sure to get a sense of the flow and going with a very loose technique that just goes, that just moves. All right, so once again, I'm just focusing on lines here. Aside from the outer edges, I'm also once again working in those lines, those transition lines around the sort of, the shadows into the highlights, and just feeling the motion of all of that, basically. So yeah, so far, even though it's messy in its own way, there's something about it that still reads as intentional. So this is something now that is really showing me that just keep moving, just keep moving, just keep moving. And you see already, like, I'm at the end of that one, and I really got a sense of the flow there. So now when it comes to this one, I'm going to make sure to keep up with that flow. So once again, artwork is very much, especially these fundamental stages of when you're doing these studies, they are teaching you so much about flow and what it really means to just keep moving, hold up a momentum and keep going with that, and don't let anything get in that way of that. And yeah, you will really start to create a lot of ease, in a sense, because yeah, right now I'm enjoying how my hand is moving. That's the one thing. Instead of looking at what you're doing and focusing so much on how it looks, focus on how your hand feels, how it moves across your page like that. I never did that before. I really did not do that before. So this is something, a very new experience for me. So I'm very glad that I got to this in this tutorial, because this in itself has already taught me so much about just feeling your way around the page. So yeah, okay. Obviously accuracy, because I'm moving at these kinds of speeds, and because once again this is totally out of my comfort zone. I cannot even remember if I've even drawn in this way before. Maybe in high school, which was like 15 years ago or something. But yeah, this is a technique that I am very not familiar with whatsoever. But I'm enjoying how it feels, and it's not about getting the accuracy down, because if I really compare the two, even though I've got the general sort of gesture working there are so many little things all over the place. I'm like, okay, that needs to be shifted more here, the flow needs to be coming through better over here. But this was all about the feeling, and when we get to the exercises, you'll get your shot, you'll get your shots. All right, so at this point, I'm really liking the look of it. I'm liking the feel of it, even though it's not 100% accurate. I'm liking the feel. All right. Okay, and then for this one, at this point of moving with this kind of momentum, this momentum really does build a lot of confidence. All right, so yeah, at this point, okay. In terms of my composition of how I laid things out, obviously it was not the great choice of placement, because obviously the hand, not enough space for the hand there, but no big deal. I did not make that an issue. I didn't rub it out and start over. I kept on moving. All right, so keep moving. I'm liking how the lines are looking, a sort of loose quality to them. I'm just moving, just keeping up with that momentum. And you can see, like, there's a very sort of sharp quality of the movement coming through there. Really loving how it's feeling. I did quite a few of these studies over and over and over again, just because of how much I enjoyed the feeling of the technique that was coming through. So yeah, it's quite interesting how, just focusing on how it feels, the creation of it, how it feels in your hand and on the paper, the pressure, the texture of the paper, the motion, and all of that. Just focusing on that, how that can bring an entirely new
dimension to artwork, to the creation of artwork, that before you never would have even known existed until you actually got to it yourself. I mean, this is an entirely new world to me right now, and I'm really enjoying it, even though it's completely different to all the artwork that I'm known to create. Man, this is actually really interesting, just thinking about this. Feeling this flow, feeling how awesome it feels, and if I had to do this more often, how much of this feeling would I actually bring into my own life in other areas, not just art alone. And yeah, the only reason I say that is because I can definitely see the similarity between how I go about the process of my other artworks in relation to how I go about the process of my life in itself. Alright, so with this part of it now, I'm working on we're trying to do my best with single lines to build everything up. So I'm making sure to do my best to commit to single lines as much as possible and trying to be disciplined enough to get that right the first time. So yeah, this is another interesting practice in itself. And yeah, so in that sense, this is one that really needs to build your awareness quite a lot in terms of the broader picture, being able to see it there and try to go with those lines as much as what you can, with those lines that you see in your head, basically. So yeah, and just also, once again, this part is also about feeling, because you'll see that there'll be parts where I'll move and then I'll flick like that. It's all paying attention to the way I move and how that feels in relation to me getting this gesture down. So as much as, yes, this is a tutorial on gesture, but one of the most important things about going about these studies right now is getting a feeling for your technique and trying to see how your feeling through that technique will then pretty much translate the gesture that you're seeing. So this is I'm still very much have the flow in mind about how it's all coming together with that, but the technique that I'm bringing through is just different. So yeah, and once again, hey, not much time, and pretty much got the whole flow there coming through, and made sure to commit to lines and just stick to that. So yeah, I mean, just thinking about all of this right now, about how artistic practices can be so linked into your life as a whole, far beyond art, is definitely something I haven't really paid that much attention to before. I've been very much drawn to just teachings of life that just shows so much more about what this all is about. What is life about? Who are we? What are we doing? Where are we going? And all that. And then then came art. That seemed like a totally separate thing that just didn't seem related to the bigger picture. I just got locked into the whole. I very much got locked into the final results, and I wasn't able to see that there's an entire world in itself in the process alone. And the process, I mentioned it earlier. I mean, the process is actually, in my opinion, the most important part for the artist, versus the final result that then other people would then see as the most impressive part. But for us, that is not the most important part. We've made industries out of that final product, and for that to take all of the attention as being the most important. But for us, that's not where it lies. And I'm only starting to see that now, especially with doing this tutorial, especially with me going out of my comfort zone and, hey, giving this a go. And, once again, okay, yeah, sure, I'm not getting the entire flow and the placement right. Once again, where, the upper body can be more shifted, even more so than what I have it now. But at this point, that doesn't matter. I'm aware of that. And hey, the more often I do this, the better I'll get at making sure that comes through first off. And yeah, at the end of the day, this is really just about practice. I mean, us being artists, this is our way of life. All right, so and honestly, with me going about this is once again still very brand new. So I'm sure this is going to be teaching me even far more, and not just in the sense of how to better my techniques or how to visualize better or whatever the case is, but how once again I'm seeing a lot of myself in how I go about my arts with how I go about the rest of my life. And yeah, definitely some very, very interesting little worlds happening there. So yeah, we're all on our own journeys, and we're all going to be learning and discovering different things when we get into these different sort of techniques and ways about approaching things that we probably do it more than we already realize anyway. You don't even have to realize that you're already bringing in a lot of the ways that you go about art into your life. Or yeah, I don't know, man. I sort of think about this a bit, but yeah, it's very interesting. Right, well, with this one, definitely proportions are way out here with this, but hey, it doesn't stop me. I'm still going, and okay, there'll always be another time, and yeah, I'm still enjoying the process of basically growing this technique. I mean, this technique has to start from someplace, and this is where it is right now, and no matter what it looks like, that's all it can be right now for this moment, and I'm enjoying it. I really am enjoying it, and it's not taking me like days or hours to do. It's just taking me a couple minutes, so once again, I did quite a few of these as well, not just to try and also build and become a little tiny bit more familiar with this technique, but also just because it was so much fun. That was another thing. Since I got so involved with my digital art, which can be so heavily rendered, getting into my Copic artworks that just took so much less time. It was such a breath of fresh air, and this is the same thing that this is right now. And lastly, probably the most interesting study I've ever done in my life. Not lifting up once. Trying to see if I can get everything in with a single flow. This was the most alien technique I've ever worked with. This really challenges you in ways where you seriously have got to think so differently to how you normally do for artwork. I have seen these artworks before, and I didn't think too much of them at all, but I can definitely see now that I would say this is an obvious example of how this is trying to grow your consciousness in a way where it directly challenges you to think so differently about handling situations, about where to start, about how strategically to get from one place to another. It becomes an entire puzzle in itself. And even though it looks like art, it felt like something else. So it was very interesting. For the past month, I was speaking to my buddy at the bike park, and okay, he is not artistic or has any interest in art really at all. And I was talking to him a bit about art and actually about this very tutorial and me, doing studies and all that. And then he was like, "Hey, have you actually tried drawing without picking up your hand? Well, picking up your pen off the page or whatever once or whatever." And I was like, "No, I've never done that." And I was like, "Okay, yeah, that's cool. I'll try that." Not that I was actually going to. And then I was speaking to another buddy of mine. Now, both of them don't know each other whatsoever. And yeah, he's not really artistic either. And yeah, so we were talking, about what I was doing that week. And he also asked me, so have you tried out drawing without picking up your hand? And that's when I was like, whoa, okay, like, you know, what's going on here, sort of thing. And that's when I realized, okay, it's pretty clear now that the universe wants me to give this a go. And that's what pretty much took me over the edge in terms of me finally giving this a chance. And I found a place for it in this tutorial for you guys, and I'm really glad that I did. So you can see so far that I'm working carefully here. So I'm basically looking at the reference, and from where I am, I'm trying to map out how to put these things all, how to sort of tie up the lines all together. Once again, using the contour lines mixed up with the transition, the contrast transition lines between the light and the dark, and just trying to figure out my way around all that without going over the same line too many times. Obviously, some cases I kind of had no choice, or at least, you know, that's how it seemed to me at the time. But yeah, so often I would look at it and just try to work out a path to just connecting all these lines together, and that really made me think in, yeah, very strategically, and no longer about, you know, my sort of you know, like basically when you just draw light construction lines and then you add in everything from there, that doesn't apply in this whatsoever. So you got to develop a new set of rules for yourself in this sort of sense now, which, yeah, it's hard for me to even really wrap my head around where this exactly is taking me, aside from just realizing that this is taking me somewhere that I know I need to look more into, because yeah, there is a lot here in terms of the challenge that pretty much offers you in terms of, you know, finding new ways to think and process whatever obstacles that you find ahead of yourself. So yeah, very interesting practice for myself working with these now. And yeah, you know, at this point, I'm starting to get a feel for it. It took me a couple of these as well to also start to get a bit of a feel as to what exactly was going on here. So it's not like I gave it a go immediately and I was already starting to figure out like what was going on. In the beginning, it was really uncomfortable because obviously never worked like this before. Completely 100% out of my comfort zone in the biggest way possible artistically that I've ever experienced. But yeah, obviously, I think I mentioned it before. Whereas, yeah, leaving your comfort zone is definitely the place where we grow more than anywhere else. And yeah, this is a fine example of something quite like that. So yeah, you can see right now, just where I am from drawing this one single line, very basic line. I already get into all those little lines over there because I know that I don't necessarily want to go back there, so I want to finish up all the areas there before I move up and work my way around the upper areas. So yeah, it is about sort of there's almost like a sense of working your way around a map over here. Almost kind of reminds me of a lot of these sort of games that you play that are like map based, where, you know, you got to go from one part to the other and make sure you complete all the missions there, so that, you know, when you leave there, everything is done so that you can move forwards from there. You know, in some cases, sometimes you will need to go back to those same areas to complete different missions, but it's the same kind of thing that's going on over here. Sometimes you might need to go back because you didn't finish up whatever lines that you need to still get there or whatever. And, you know, even in some cases, you might even end up choosing to not even go back. So yeah, in that way, there's something very, you know, what is the word? There's something bigger about this in terms of, yeah, this it seems very map-based to me in terms of the navigation around everything and completing areas and moving on. I don't know, that's just what I'm kind of feeling right now at this point. But yeah, so yeah, as much as I'm paying attention to flow and all that, because this is such a brand new experience of working with this kind of technique and lines and style and all that, even though that's in mind, a lot of myself is very focused on this new technique. And once again, nothing wrong with that at all. It's just about, once again, feeling flow in a new way. Because hey, this is still flow. It's just a different expression of it. So yeah, even though I'm not really talking about anything too flow related in the sense, it's still an expression of it. And that's why I want you guys to try this out, to feel the flow of what is actually going on here. So also just to see what you can actually get out of it for yourselves, because hey, what I'm going to be getting out of it is different to what you're going to be getting out of it. And yeah, that is pretty much the end of this very fascinating practice. Alright, so this will be the final exercise that you do for this tutorial. So in this case, I'm asking you to now do 120 sketches. Now that sounds like a lot, I know, but you're going to be going through the majority of these fairly quickly, so yeah, don't let that number intimidate you whatsoever. Alright, so basically, for the 120, I've broken it down into 4 parts. Basically in the same way that I've laid out for you in this demonstration for this part of the tutorial. So basically, since it's 4 parts, for the first section of your first 30, you're going to be, for each 10 within the 30, you're going to be focusing on studying, you can choose whichever sort of references that I've included as a part of this tutorial in the reference folder, or you can pick your own from whichever references that you want to personally do. And I'm wanting you to do the same sketching sort of style. Keep it loose, not too quickly, but just keep it loose enough for you to still feel as though you have a certain level of control over it. All right, and then to also add the shading in the way that, in a similar way that I did in the beginning, with once again just breaking it down into sections of making sure you keep your highlights white and the midtones gray, and then yeah, the darkest tones just a bit darker than that. So, and then from there, for your next 30, once again breaking it down into 10 sketches for each pose that you choose. I'm wanting you to then work at a faster pace. Alright, so now it's really about going with a much faster pace to really feel the flow and momentum of making sure to not allow anything to get in the way of that. If you mess up, doesn't matter, keep on moving. Just keep that momentum up no matter what. Commit to your pace at all costs. Alright, and then for your next 30, I am wanting you to, as I showed in the demonstration, to now use a fine liner or pen or whatever the case is, because it's strange working with something like a pen or a fine liner, even though I don't want you to erase when using your pencils, if that's what you're going to use. Your mind works differently when using a pen, where you now know for sure that you cannot erase. Alright, so it almost makes you think a little bit differently. There's a different level of knowing that, okay, there's no way at all that's, even though I know I'm not going to, there's another level of discipline that is forced upon you when you work with a pen or fine liner. Alright, so for doing this, yes, I want you to do 30 of these for using your fine liners with just single lines. Commit to just single lines. And once again, just keeping in mind your flow and the composition and just how that's all lined out, but make sure just to get a feel for the technique that you're using. So yes, 30, 10 each for each of the different poses you'll be working for there, same as the demonstration. And then for your final 30, as you can guess, I'm wanting you to do studies, 10 studies of each, whatever references that you're going to pick out, and make sure to do these without lifting your pen or your fine liner. And yeah, see what you take out of this, because this is definitely a study when it comes to feeling flow in its different expressions of it. I hope you really enjoy this section. This will definitely challenge you in new ways. Yes, it might be a bit uncomfortable here and there, but try stick with it, try get through all of this all the way, and yeah, you'll see that some interesting things will come to the surface for you. Anyway guys, that is it from me and from this tutorial, and yes, now I'm going to be leaving you with these final words. So, this is where it all starts coming together. This is where I will be explaining my motives and my reasoning for putting this tutorial in the way that I have for you guys. So it has been my intent to keep things as simple as I could for you guys, because I've been learning now more than ever the value and the power of simplicity, and that's what you want to be building your foundations upon. This is why I made sure to keep anatomy out of the picture as much as possible, because anatomy is a separate fundamental altogether, even though they are so intrinsically tied together. One thing I've learned is that you want to be taking this all one fundamental step at a time, because each fundamental deserves your undivided attention. Because if you don't give it that, your relationship with your ability to create cannot thrive, and you will lose yourself to your frustrations of trying so hard but having not much to show for it. That is why I stress the importance of keeping things simple and working from there. And you will find that from that simplicity, the universe will help you to move forwards in ways that you can't even imagine yet. You know, I have only begun to realize that art is nothing more than a powerful teacher of creation, far beyond the creation of art itself. When you leave your comfort zones of what you draw and how you draw it, you will finally allow yourself to team up with fresh perspectives to be able to move forward. Because if you always do what you've always done, you will always get what you've always got. Alright, so this is pretty much the conclusion to my tutorial for you. So I hope you've enjoyed. I hope I've given you a few new perspectives to work with. And yes, I will see you in the next tutorial or video or whatever that may be. I will see you then. Thank you for watching and take care, everybody. Alright, so just for the fun of it, 21 Draw asked me to come up with my own interpretation of Aphrodite. So, you know, at first I was like, who's that again? I mean, obviously I've heard of the name, but I just couldn't quite place it to which goddess that was. And yeah, it's only when I went through the references I was like, obviously. And yeah, so from there, after going through the description and the briefing, I realized that I had a lot that I could work with. So what I first did, I went online and I just saw, I went through the other artworks of other artists and their takes on her, just to see if I could take any inspiration whatsoever. And honestly, even though a lot of the artworks that I saw are very good, I personally didn't feel that they really conveyed a true sense of the power of the character of this being a goddess. So in that sense, I realized that I really had to completely come up with my own vision for what I felt needed to be brought through. So, I knew that I had to be working with all of my fundamentals in terms of bringing through the most power that I could. And okay, so one thing that did help so much was honestly working on this tutorial. Just working on the perspective section and just working with these angles and getting used to working from these low angles like this. It really showed myself that I know more than I think I do. And so in that sense, for this artwork, I knew exactly the sort of pose I wanted. I really wanted a sort of low angle like that upwards at her, and then for there to be like, you know, powerful cumulonimbus sort of clouds in the background. And I knew I wanted a very sort of powerful sort of energy coming through with motion as well, in terms of, you know, the waves and all that I'm still going to be bringing through. And you know, at first, having gone through the briefing, I did have the option of doing a background or not doing a background, and either having her with clothes or without clothes. And in this sense, I decided that, I could have gone for the no background option and kind of spared myself on a lot of time, but I was like, wait, this is a goddess. I've got to really do this character justice, especially since she has quite a history behind her. So for this, I really wanted to go all out. And the thing that gave me the confidence as well was knowing that I was going to be working in black and white for this. Because, color, even though I'm not too bad at color, that's still an area that I need to do a fair amount of my own brushing up, just because, I can slow down with that a bit here and there. So, black and white definitely allowed me to bring the best of what I knew when handling that, working with grayscale and not, because color is a very, very important thing to have, and if you're not handling that correctly, things can go wrong. So I'm glad that was out of the picture so that I could fully focus on the power on bringing that through here. And so I obviously I knew on the pose that I was going to be working with when having gone through the perspective part of the tutorial, and that came together fairly easily, and I was quite surprised because this isn't an angle that I really ever worked with. I can't actually recall a time where I've worked with this perspective, and that was another thing you'll see later as I move forward. My results with the anatomy and the lighting really surprised me. I haven't, when we get to the lighting, I worked with lighting I haven't exactly worked with in this way before, and when I got to that, everything seemed to fit into place with how I was going to be lighting up the anatomy from the certain angles, and even the chest area. I've never drawn the upper sort of torso from this angle, so that was pretty much me really throwing myself in the deep end, and pretty much showing myself that, whoa, like, throw myself in the deep end, but whoa, I'm a pretty damn good swimmer. And which was quite strange, because generally I very much got into the comfort zone of sticking to certain poses that I knew I wouldn't have a difficult time at all. So I was kind of stunted in that regard. But in this sense, I was like, I'm going all out. I want the power to come through, and I'm just going for it. And I did, and I showed myself that, hey, I can actually do this. And, in that sense, just thinking about my artwork in general, I don't need to hold back whatsoever. I know far more than I think I do, and when I actually just throw myself into the deep end, I will be totally fine. But being an artist and being so overly self-critical and all that is the one thing that can get in the way. So at least I've showed myself now that, hey, I can still manage quite all right. So working with this, just to explain a little bit into how I created everything and just my mindsets when handling these fundamentals in terms of working with just grayscale, and making sure to break that up into sections of the darkest, the mid-tones, and the lightest highlights, making sure that they all have their own sort of territories, and then kind of blending things in and out of those areas. And then to make sure that the composition of how those three levels of tone are all working together. And then how I go about that is I make sure that that is a balance of having a balance of larger areas, sort of large areas, medium sized areas, and then small areas of detail, and then sort of balancing that out all around the artwork. So I knew that obviously I wanted the darkest contrast coming through at the bottom in the ocean over there, and I knew that the higher it would go, the artwork would be sort of lighter, at the top, like that, with certain areas, darker areas, cutting with certain areas cutting through the spaces like that. Like you'll see the hair cutting through that. And yeah, then from there, I just wanted to make sure that, yeah, the negative and positive spaces like that were just holding shapes that were still appealing and still attractive. And also in terms of the focal points, with everything leading up and, and sort of traveling towards her face like that. Sorry. Yeah, from her hand. And also, there is a flow. You can also see the flow in a pose like that. And you can see the flow in her hair coming through like that. And I also tilted everything at an angle like that just to help give more of a sense of the of her being in like an unstable environment, like being on the ocean like that. And then I knew also for the ocean, even though I've never really drawn waves like this before, I knew I wanted a close-up feel of sort of large parts of the ocean, you know, sort of coming up and chopping and breaking down, just to get a sense of the sort of motion and how active that the ocean is right now for her, just to bring once again more of that energy into the artwork. So yeah, obviously wind creates that energy, and then also the ocean with the crashing waves like that, and yeah, some of the rapids, well, not rapids, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That sort of yeah, all of that that's happening there with the waves over there in the foreground. That all helped me to bring in a lot more energy into this artwork. So yeah, I made sure to bring that in with the clouds, with the hair, with the pose, with the waves, with the perspective, with once again with the scallop, that shell, and the angle of that being very big like that, and the foreshortening with the hand coming out and to the leading you up until the furthest part of her being her head. And then the lighting comes from, you know, the top parts of her, down from the lightest down into the darkest, so you have all those sort of contrasts through over there. And yeah, and then eventually you'll see in the end, like, I tweak things in a way to really just maximize everything in the greatest way that I could. So yeah, you know, this is me just trying to really execute and test myself to see how far I can take my fundamentals in terms of really bringing in a true sense of epic power with this artwork, which is really what I set out in the beginning and what I made sure to go after and achieve at all costs. Alright, you'll see eventually when I get to painting more of her hair in, I do get stuck, okay? So what I have realized is that in the beginning, when I'm working on an artwork, since I'm keeping everything quite sort of basic still at this point, and I'm making sure, once again, to keep the artwork zoomed out and away from me, just to prevent me from getting locked into any details. Because, yeah, that can be a trap, and you don't want to get stuck there, because that will slow you down, and, yeah, that's just not a good place you want to be in this sort of beginning stage. And basically, I lost my train of thought now. What was I trying to say? Oh yes, yeah, well basically, you know, just this being a test for me in terms of how far I can push my fundamentals without using any references. Okay, yeah, I used the reference for the wave and the shell, but obviously, like, I had no choice. I would not have known how to have drawn the wave and the shell otherwise. I mean, I could have tried, but that wouldn't have produced the best results. Besides, this was more about, okay, well, at least for you guys, this was more about me showing a fully rendered state of the gesture coming through. So that was what I wanted to show for you guys. But for me, I wanted to take this whole experience a lot further, just in terms of, yeah, once again, pushing all of those fundamentals to really push them when I could bring through the greatest sense of power. And yes, with the hair, yeah, I got stuck there for a bit, and you'll see I'll go round and round a little bit, just because I realized, even though I'm pretty skilled when it comes to certain aspects of hair, when it comes to blowing hair and large masses of hair, like, you know, working with so much hair like this, that's where I realized, especially with this, that I need to get back into my fundamentals and just brush up on that. Just because I had the only part that was kind of bugging me a little bit was basically the shapes that I was creating with how I broke up the hair groupings. Just all the shapes that are coming together, you know, from the large masses, the medium masses, and then the smaller, finer strands coming through. I wasn't totally happy with that, and it took me quite a while to eventually figure that out. So one thing I do know is if my fundamentals aren't 100%, I will struggle for a while, but eventually, after enough hours, I will eventually pull through in a way where I was like, oh, okay, you know, I did know it. It just took a lot longer to come through. But, you know, I would prefer for these things to come, you know, to come through a little easier with the hair. So I'll definitely get back into those fundamentals. The other part that I kind of got stuck with a bit was the angle of her face, and that sort of area, especially with how to try and from the angle adding the hair, like how it's going to be coming out of the top of her head. And yeah, this sort of extreme angle of the face is not one I've really worked with before. So I try to work with fundamentals I already knew and to see if I could pull it off. In the end, I managed. Yeah, I could have been a bit better. Wasn't completely 100% happy, but I was happy enough. Okay, so that was an area that gave me a little bit of trouble for a while. And okay, the one thing that was very intimidating at first were the waves. But that was something that once I broke down how to go about it, it actually came through more easier than I expected. Okay, so now we're looking at the reference. I'm using the reference in a way where I'm only using that as a guideline reference, because yeah, you can't actually see anything like that in the reference that looks like how I'm doing it there. So I'm only taking the fundamentals of what I'm seeing, of how the light hits the certain different surfaces, how they break up, how the shine affects the surface of the water in the waves over there, and then the crashing nature of the foam, which is separate from the water itself. So you have the darker water and yeah, the more sort of foam crashing sort of spray and all that, which is lighter. So I'm working with the lightness of that on the darkness of the water itself, and then just with the sort of flow and motion of the waves coming through. So that's what I took from the references there. Then with the scallop, that was pretty straightforward. I mean, like, for the most part, I kept kind of close-ish to the reference itself. You can see there on the left. Obviously, I just pushed the perspective a bit more on it, but that was about it. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, I was very impressed with myself at the end of this, because generally I would try and find as much, you know, bits and pieces of references just to have next to me sometimes, just to make sure that it's almost like something I just have next to me to kind of just comfort me, just to know that, hey, if I need the references, it's right there. Don't worry, don't stress. It's going to be okay. But yeah, once again, because I made this a test for myself, I was like, I'm not going to have any references whatsoever. No anatomy references, no lighting references. And hey, in the end, I managed to pull through. And yeah, in the end, I knew that I wanted this to be amazing and epic, and yeah, I went after that at all costs, no matter what. And honestly, this artwork in the end exceeded my expectations, and my expectations were already quite high. So yeah, that is pretty much all I want to share with you guys. I'm going to leave you guys now so you can see how the rest of this artwork unfolds. And yeah, just also try take note of my choices in terms of flow and how I'm trying to work with that throughout all of the fundamentals in terms of the composition. And you can see already, I can already point out for you with my sort of flowing composition, aside from the S-shaped curve coming through, her gesture and the hair, but also you can see the lighting coming through the top. Okay, well the the darkest part of the clouds being on the outer corners like that, and then the waves coming in at an angle like that on the side. So you have this sort of egg-like sort of framing happening within the composition with how I'm putting the background together like that. So I'm pretty much, yeah, in a sense, adding my own form of vignetting. So yeah, obviously the vignetting is way more clear with the clouds, with the darker edges and the corners like that. But I'm also working with that sort of nature throughout the waves as well like that. And yeah, you can see more of that sort of the flowing nature of the composition coming through with the waves like that. And then also through her arm, and there's just a very nice flow coming through the upper arm to her face, and then back down through her hair and into the waves again. And yeah, then there's just awesome clouds. And yeah, I tried to do my best with the scallop. You'll see like later. Pretty straightforward, nothing too major happening there, but yeah, I try to do my best with every little area as much as what I could for the current level of my fundamentals. And hey, in the end, I was very happy. Alright guys, well that is it from me. I am really honored that I could share with you all of the fundamentals that I have accumulated over the years. So yeah, I wish you all the very best with your art moving forward. Take care everybody.
you.
as it were, on many, many levels of rhythm. This is the nature of change. If you resist it, you have dukkha, you have frustration and suffering. But on the other hand, if you understand change, you don't cling to it, and you let it flow, then it's no problem. It becomes positively beautiful, which is why in poetry, the theme of the evanescence of the world is beautiful. See, it's always the image of change that really makes the poem. The Japanese have a word, yugen, Y-U-G-E-N, which has no English equivalent whatsoever. Yugen is, in a way, digging change. It's described poetically. You have the feeling of yugen when you see out in the distant water
Hello everybody, this is David Rosell. I'm happy to share with you guys this video where I'll show you how I used to work. I'm drawing the Greek goddess Aphrodite by Photoshop. After some research, I got these 4 pictures. Documentation is one of the most important parts, at least for me. I need to know about what I'm working on. So I got that one because I'm showing with these lines I'm drawing, just to show you guys that I like this kind of blocks this sculpture has, and I'm gonna try to keep them. Then I choose my brush and just start to do the sketch. I used to do a lot of sketches because I want to see always the different kind of possibilities the project can bring me. But in that case, I have a clear idea, so I'm just starting to do the sketch. I used to do it really small because I don't want to spend too much time on it, and at the same time I just want to see the balance and a little bit the pose and the composition I need. So I think it's nicer, or I can see it better if the sketch is small, just to understand a little bit the volume or the shapes. Alright. once I got the idea I like, I can start doing some details and getting close to the final result, but not yet. Not yet. I'm still working a little bit on the composition. I'll show you now. With these red lines. Always I like to see how the movement of the pose of the character or of the illustration is going on. For example, few parallel lines from where it comes, from where it goes. Don't know if you can see it right now, but for example, the line in the middle of the sketch, here in the ass, just in front of this line is going on the same. For me, it's important to keep the communication between the drawing and I, as I need to find the harmony, you know, a good balance. If you see, I like doing this game between the lines and directions. You can understand a little bit more the composition. In that case, it's going as a triangle, a little bit. Quite simple one, but I think it's class. This pose. Okay, I think this is a little bit. Well, this is done. Then I'm gonna pass to the next step. I need to finish first a little bit of background. Actually, it's not a background, it's just a little bit of waves and some clouds, because she's coming through the sea in a shell. Just to put her a little bit in the context. Then I just make a new layer, trying to leave a little bit the details a little bit more clear. It's time to draw the lips, ear, legs, arms, the neck. I'm getting close to the final result. Just trying to leave him nicer. As I said before, trying to keep the idea of the blokes to build the body, to build the pose, the teeth, the chest. These huge legs. Yeah. now I can see if I'm going right or I'm wrong, or is something just not working, or I used to, well, I enjoy a lot this part of the project, or the drawing of the work, because everything is still open, and you can just play a little bit with the shapes, with the volumes, with the forms. And you can be still dirty. You don't need to leave it really, really, really cool. Then I will clean it later. Yeah, you can always fix few things you think are not really looking good. For example, this food. And as you see, guys, I'm just using a Photoshop, but in a really simple way. I'm not going too deep. I'm just taking layers and the classical pencils. This is the shell. Of course, I'm not gonna do a realistic one. So always I can do a little bit wherever I want. I have this freedom because I'm not working close to the reality. Then I'm gonna select the half shell, and I'll do in another layer the same one in the opposite side, and then I just put them together, trying to get a solid base. Then I can put the new layer together with the last one. It's time to do a few changes if you want to fix anything. For example, here I need to put a little bit more in the middle. The body, the character. Yeah, maybe I can move a little bit the head. Yeah, I keep playing with it. For now, I don't need any more of the documentation. It's quite clear, that character. Doesn't bring anything too special. Alright, this is getting nicer. I don't need that layer anymore. Now this is my sketch. It's still dirty, and I still have time to change few things if I want. Yeah, for example, what I'm doing now. Yeah, I think I want her a little bit more fatty. Yeah, much better. Okay, I changed the opacity of the layer, the only one we have. Then I just make a new one. It's gonna be called, for example, lines. Doesn't matter, to be honest. Then it's time to start with the final lines. And here there is no secret. Just do the line. The brush I got is quite simple, you see. It's like a pencil, black pencil. And I don't really mind if I have mistakes. I can always change it, but if it looks a little bit dirty or as a sketch, it's always nice to me. I don't really care. Actually, I want it. It's a good mix. Yeah, and as I said, if I don't like any line, I just delete it and I do it again till I get the one I like. My computer is all, look at that. I have to change my tablet, but I can fix it quick. Keep doing the lines. You see, the lines are not really perfect, but still, for me they are okay. I can always change at the end. I'm gonna always keep the layer of the lines separately, and the color, and then the sketch. So I'm always free to change it if I want it. It's quite relaxing to see these videos. I'm just gonna copy the same eye in the other side of the face. Alright, this is looking nicer, isn't it? I just need the pencil and the eraser. Nothing else. Till the line is finished. We can always select the parts you want to change and just change it. The reference are always there, so you can always check if you need. line is done. So I delete the other layer and I make a new one. It's time to start with the colors. So get another layer below the layer line. Can be gold color, doesn't matter. I select all my drawing in once, as I'm gonna paint it quite simple. I'm not looking for realistic results, so I can just do it in a couple of layers, or maybe one. Of course, normally I use more than one or two, but in that case I think I can manage with a couple. I'm gonna start with one. Choose the color. Yeah, first I spent some time looking for the cool color. She's beauty. Is the goddess of love coming through the sea in a shell. So I think it could be great. Some peaceful colors like blues, pink, bit of yellow as well. The skin. So yes, I'm just gonna try how it's looking. Yeah, some point of orange on the hair. Yeah, I like that colors. It's looking a little bit like an ice cream. Really fresh one. Okay, put some yellow here. The brush I got it looks a little bit as an spray. It's also one of the classic ones in Photoshop. And with all of the colors I have, I can just play with them. I think don't need to bring more colors on here. I'm not gonna say too much else about the colors because you see guys, just having fun, just trying to do something cool. I use white, but I want to put a filter on the color layer when I finish the color, and this filter is called, well, in Spanish it's called ruido, but I don't know in English. I think it's noise. I'm not really sure about how it's called in Photoshop, this tool, this filter. But what I wanted to say is, like, I'm having the eraser because I want to delete. I want to make the white by deleting, because when I put the filter, if it's the color white, it's gonna become a little bit gray at the end. So I prefer to delete and get the white from the background. You know what I mean, guys? You will see a little bit more clear later. I will be back with it. Okay, this is almost done. When I did the layer of the color and I put the first block of color, then I locked the layer. But after that, I need to unlock it because I want to clean and delete. Now I blocked again. Yeah, I get that white, this white with the eraser. I delete the color and I get the light. Just to put nicer the volume, to get a nicer volume, but not too much, just a little bit. I don't wanna really work hard on it. I don't really need it. A little bit also in the sea. A little bit of dark in some points. For example, the eyes. To bring some power to the lines here next to the white. Just a little bit. Maybe no one cares about it, but I like to do this kind of details. Also here. Okay, this is what I said. I apply the filter of noise, ruido in Spanish, just trying to get some texture, just a little bit, you see, as an sprite. The color is done. I just clean a little bit the gray from the white. This is the line, this is the color, 2 layers, so simple, easy. Now it's time to improve my character if I want. If I have time, I like to do that. I just improve few lines, few things, some changes. Just trying to get the illustration nicer. Okay, after the last changes, I can say that this is done. And this is my character. This is my Aphrodite. I hope you had, guys, a clear idea about how I work. And if you enjoy it, much better. Thanks for watching, guys, and it was a pleasure. Goodbye.
Hi guys, my name is Genselman, and I am here today to show you some of my process. My apologies if my English is not good enough. I am not native talking English speaker. I am from Chile. And before we start, this is the regular process I do for pretty much all my images. So this is why what I usually start. I start with a regular sketch that is used as base. Huh? It comes by a different process. You can see now the finally sketch I do for this piece, and based on the character from Greek mythology, the Venus. So the idea is to start inking this. As you see, I usually start with a layer for the sketch and a new layer for the ink. I don't use how to say it, some kind of special pencil to ink. I use the very basic brushes for this. Since this is not a comic book work, I mean this is not the important part of the image. The ink will be no very detailed. As you see, I paint very irregularly. It's not a perfect line. Some parts are left in blank indeed. So the whole idea of this kind of ink is not to be too detailed, because later it will be covered by painting. You don't have to work on details that will be lost in the process. So this ink is very, how to say it, is most to delineate where the areas will start or stop. As you see, I work adding black tones. I am a big fan of Mike Mignola, and I love how he pretty much construct the whole image just with black masses of ink. He have a great work, a really great work about balancing light and shadows. So I'm a little mistaken with the the paint bucket, since the wall areas must be closed. This is something I learned working from animation. I used to work in animation a long time ago. I become familiar with the process of painting the lights, because as you see, this later will help us to make a better, easy to read image. When you draw the light and for the colors, the heavy ink with heavy shadows will help you to construct the image and make it more easy to understand, more easy to follow. Well, this character I choose for do this image is Venus. As you know, Venus is a character from mythology, the goddess of love. Um, this image is based on the base of Venus. So we will have this girl. Venus is supposed to be a really beautiful woman. Um, I am trying to not make it look like a Playboy pinup. I'm trying to play with some innocence mixed with character who is also the goddess of love. I'm trying to make it look a bit innocent because the regular image about the build of Venus is is about her coming out the sea in a shell. This is a paint doing several times on art history. So this is my version about it. It's a more manga version, since as you know, I work in a mix between um, fantasy illustrations and manga. I am a big fan of Frank Frazetta. He used also this kind of synthesis work where the heavy shadows helps to build the image. And I am doing this piece as some kind of mix between fantasy, the regular fantasy, and anime influenced work. You know, I start to working on this because I used to be a big fan of comics books. In Chile, we um, only have a very few comic books that arrive to our country. Since I grew up in the middle of dictatorship from Augusto Pinochet, some some uh, some of the guys who used to work in illustrations can't work anymore because the industry pretty much disappeared, and we only got um, Disney stuff already here. Maybe because it was more safe. You know, it's not the kind of harmful product or content. So I grew up watching comic books from Argentina. Um, a lot of European stuff. So I become a follower of fantasy stuff. We also got Conan and that kind of stuff, but I didn't grow up reading Marvel comics since it's not usual to see them here. By the beginning of 90s, um, I learned about the DC Comics, and I start to read Batman and that kind of stuff. Flash. I remember to be a big fan of Flash and Justice League, the one of done by Giffen and the Métis. And that's what's a great time to learn about several artists. I really love the work of Jim Aparo. That was I spent a lot of time trying to imitate that kind of ink. Then I discovered Conan, and I was in love with the work of Buscema. And then I discovered the manga stuff, and this is why I have, well, this is also tell you that this is why I have that kind of style, which is a mix between, I don't know, somewhat of manga stuff with American elements and a bit of Europe stuff. Well, as you are watching now, I am not finishing the ink, but I usually correct some parts I don't like using free transform elements. For example, this is something I really like to work with digital, since you can usually correct or edit elements that it will take you a lot more of time on traditional mediums. I was indeed a painter that started with traditional mediums. I used to paint in oils and stuff like that, pencils. I love inks. I used to paint with color inks and gouache, but it was really expensive here. Every time I used to work in a commission, I didn't earn any money. So that's why I, at the beginning of, this is my color palette. I don't know if you have one, but I did a color palette to have the colors I like more, and not using the regular palette from Photoshop. By the way, I am working in a Photoshop CS5 right now. Well, the ink is ready. I will do the background a little darker, and I will throw a base color. Okay, the base color is a darkened color. And as you see now, I am painting with a yellowish color. I'm drawing the lights and use the paint bucket to fill it. Why am I doing that? As I told you later, I used to work in animation, and I used to see my colleagues work with a program called Ritas back then, and they used to paint the lights. At the beginning, I didn't understand, since I am a big fan of anime. I used to have several artworks. I saw the artists doing this, and I didn't understand why they are drawing the lights. And it's very useful, since in this way you can see better how to give the character how to say it, well constructed form by lights. And since this is part of the process I do, I didn't fill up correctly. It's usually good to have a reference. This sun is gonna help us to see where the light comes from. This will give you a feeling of the action. Sometimes people think that the colors and lights are the same, but the truth is no. Color and lights have a very different process. In the school, people teach us how to paint everything at the same time. But I think it's more useful to learn first where to put the shadows and where to put the lights, and then learn about the color. This is why I'm, as you see, maybe you're watching this and saying, well, I will watch today how Genso is painting, but I'm not painting with colors. I'm just painting the form of the character. You see, this is a technique called grisalia. Grisalia is a technique which is really old indeed, and it was the origin is based on painting over marble. Marble. I say the word. Okay, you know that stone that is very expensive. Rich people have it in his house. It was some kind of technique to create shadows over the marble, which used to be white. So in the distance, you will see it as volume. Mhm. The idea of this technique is, in origin, paint with black and white, do shadows and stuff, and later we will colorize this image. So the process is separated in two parts. First part is about how to give the volume to the figure, to the character, make it look well constructed with lights, and then he will colorize it. Why I start from a dark, well, before this, why I do this with yellow and brown? This is a variation of Grisalia. It's called Brunaile, and we start with colors similar to brown and similar to skin. So these colors will be the skin color for this girl, and it's more easy to me to start with skin colors since, well, this girl is pretty much nude, so it will color more area about the character. As you see, the main details are not done yet. I'm just adding some little dots. Well, I just asked for another layer. This layer is the same color, but I reduce the opacity to 50%. The more light I allow, or less opacity, it will look less dramatic. Mm-hmm. The more opacity I left the layer, near to 20, 30, or 40%, it will look more epic. You know, the light will be more soft for this mid-tone, because this is, we are constructing the mid-tone. This is very like the anime from 80s and 90s, where the characters usually have three three tones. One, the dark tone, the dark shadow, the lighter, the middle light or middle shadow, and then the highlight. This was very popular back then. Until this point, as you see, the characters looks very animation. What I do now, I mix the layers in just one layer, and I use the smooth tool, you know, the finger tool, and I soft or blend the wall stuff. See, I am blending both the mid tone and the light and the shadow, because all is mixed in just one layer. This allows me to do little details, and I think like Mr. Miyagi, in one direction and the other direction. Uh, so the I'm not really concerned if the brush is not perfect, because indeed I want to not look extra soft, and I want to have some texture over it. The whole idea of the texture there is that still make the image look something organic. I could do the same with soft brushes, but I think sometimes too soft it makes the image looks a bit uncanny valley, and the absence of mistakes or brushes. The brush usually left a texture on the traditional painting, so I need to see that there. So I left some textures produced by the brushwork there, to remind people that this is some kind of traditional work and not the result of um, airbrush. I like airbrush, and indeed I am a big fan of the work of people like Giger or Sorayama. But usually that kind of work have some too soft result. Indeed, I will show you later airbrush stuff I do with the image if we have time. Indeed, I am a big fan of Asher Giger, but for this kind of image I have more in reference the work of Frazetta. This is why I work with this kind of volumes that are more a mix between realistic and cartoon. Since Frazetta was very is tried to do realism, but his choices over drawing and colors was usually really expressive, and that's why I try to do this to achieve a similar kind of um, of um, of work. Give me a second. Okay. It's it's fun how to this part of the process is it's usually the quickest part of the process, since but it's at the same time the tedious part of the process. It's tedious because you have to to make the image look more soft, and you have to undo the work you done before, which is also very quick to do, since you don't need to think a lot about the image, because the construction was done previously, and you don't need to make it look too much um, too much anime in this place, so I can add some details that with just only the smooth tool. As you see, that kind of shadows was not there previously. So in the same way, the detail on the ribs wasn't there early. So this is the kind of stuff I do with the smudge tool, and it's a nice way to add detail and add muscle detail in the character. I usually for this use different kind of texture. For this one, I use a self custom brush that is very similar to a custom pencil. I mean, a custom brush that comes with a very old tablet called Pablo. I can't remember the company, to be honest. It was one of my first digital tablets that I bought by the end of 90s or beginning of the last decade. I'm trying to remember my tablets. I used to have a Pablo. Later, I have a Jam Studio, which was very bad. It was a digital tablet which came with a cord. So the cord was very short. At the point you have to put the pencil in angle to paint in some areas. It was an awful tablet. It was just like some kind of toy. But it helped me a lot to start painting, both the Pablo and Jam Studio. Then I bought my first Wacom tablet, which was a Wacom Graphite, and the difference was huge. Since the Wacom tablet used to be more reliable, well, it's not something new if you work on as illustrator, but a lot more reliable. Then I bought a bamboo. And now I have a Cintiq and Intuos Pro, but I think the first time I noticed the difference was with the graphite. Well, as you see, I select the wall area. Do you remember I told you I use some techniques from airbrush? Well, I select an area, and then I use the base color, which is brown, and put the in a multiply mode, and I use the I select some areas and throw with the multiply mode the gradient tool. So in this way, it's very similar to what I used to do with air cans and airbrush. You select the area, then I use the gradient tool, and this helped me also to blend more the shadows, make it look a bit more soft. Once it's ready, I select the area I want to color. We'll start color right here. I try to not leave anything out, and just select the hair, since this will gonna be painted. Once you select, I use hue saturation, which is Control U to make her hair looks like one color. You see, I'm colorizing now. Now I will colorize everything that is white on this image. So I select the flowers and the white part of her eyes. And again, I use Control U. Color balance is usually a tool I use a lot to play with the light. The good part of color balance is that allow you to rework the highlight, the midtone, and the shadow. Again, I select an area and add a color, which control with color balance I correct the tone. It's painted now. As you see, this is not this is the usual process. It's run in. This is my some edit I do with the colors. I try different modes like overlay and screen. Once I am happy with one tone, I usually do again color balance to make every color on the image go to the same, how to say, the same filter. So every color on the image are more related now. I correct the color. I should replace color to make it look more blonde. And once I have this, I usually duplicate to save in case I have to replace something and mix everything I have with just a layer. Remember when I say you that detailed ink wasn't necessary, and this is because in this part of the process, since I merged everything in one layer, I use the ink as shadow, so I can blend it with the painting. Again, I use the smudge tool, and the whole idea of the smudge tool is to see is to blend these areas and take away the comic book look. Since in some way people tend to say that if an image have line art, it's more close to comic book, and if illustration has a more painterish look, people see it more like, well, a painting or an illustration. But I don't know, it happened with some of my editors that if they see the line art, they feel the image is a comic book or comic strip, or it's more related to drawing than painting or illustration. So this is why in this part of the process I tend to delete the line, but more than delete the line, I try to mix it with the character. So I blend it, and then it starts to look like part of the shadows. This also helped me and give me a second chance to blend the parts I didn't blend it yet. As you see, the air is still low in detail. So this allows me to add more detail. Here I don't use the smudge brush, trying to keep it soft. This is because I use my brush to leave indeed the effect. Well, here I am adding some shadows, some extra painting to the shadows to make it a more soft transition. You see? This is I know to do this kind of effects since are little stuff, but it adds a sensation of deep in the when you add deep effects to parts of the image that are usually not the central part. It's nice because sometimes the devil is on the little details, and this helps you to give the character more to stand out. So the little detail on the flowers are important to me because it gives a depth to that part of the image. As you see, I didn't do big details over here, but now I will add some strokes over the image with adding different hair little details, like everyone. This will give the sensation that the hair is composed of little details, but it's not. Well, I am adding the shadows, purple shadows. I will leave in multiply, and then I will correct the color. Okay, it's not the final one. I use Control U, color balance, and then I change the opacity. This helped me to correct some stuff, and I use smooth tool to make the transfers, the transference between light and shadow more easy to do. In a new layer, I ask for, I start to do, did you saw sometimes Lord of the Rings? And whatever you see, even if the sun was not there, there is always a secondary light that comes to some part. And this is because this is the technique from photography. People usually use I don't know how is the word in English, but umbrella. No, it's some kind of reflector that gives the person on the photo secondary light that usually is like well, as you see on the image, it looks like a big beam of light that makes a cut with the background, and this is the whole idea. This light will help the person on the photo or illustration to be more easy to read from the background. So this is why I'm adding here. This will give the character an extra detail, but also it will make the character stand out from the sun. I mean, from the background, adding this kind of effect. Since, as you know, this will be a beach scene, the character will be on the beach. Lights are important here because will help us to play with the sun effect in a sunny day. I usually try to work here with the elements of the muscles that help me to give the character a bit of three-dimensionality. I paint this with a very regular brush. This is the brush by default. Most of the effect that look nice, I mean, comes from the smudge tool that I use immediately after use the brush work. Since maybe you see this kind of light, I learned a lot watching the work from illustrators. I used to well, I am still like a lot like Hyun-Tae Kim. He used to work a lot with this kind of secondary light. I am adding some red to the skin to make it look more lively. A bit of blush. No, maybe not. She's not blushing, but she's have a more healthy skin with adding red. I'm adding in a different layer, some light, extra light, but this is more like the light that come from wet skin, you know, since she's on the beach. The humidity of the air it should be great, so I will add this stuff in several parts and then use the brush to make it more blending. I will reduce the opacity to make it look more cool. I am duplicating the light I did, and I added color. I mean Gaussian blur. In this way, the light will have a sensation of blurriness, and it will look more like the typical beach light. Right now, I'm just checking the sketch. Select an area which was made with the intention of do the clothing. Since this image is, well, I usually work a lot with nudity, but I try to make my image more for a wide audience. So Even if some of my images are about naked or semi-naked girls, I try um, to keep the taste, the good taste, and make it look less nudity, covering the parts that make the image more family friendly, I think. Well, since the image is this what I did to this cloth, as I told you later, I select the area of the image. I copy and paste it, and then I use color balance. Just I mean Control U and color balance to give this part this color. But this is not the image I've been working. This is in a new layer. So if I need to correct it, I just delete the layer or delete the parts I don't like. This is how to be family friendly, so I erase this part or make it more more difficult to read. I'm not sure about the color. Color balance helped me a lot to decide. This is the kind of stuff you see regularly. I'm not 10% sure about how it could look, since sometimes an image looks better on your mind, and then you have to change it as you see it work on the process. Well, I did a quick background. I just do um, a plain um, color, and then I add a gradient tool to make the other part more. And then I color it in blue. I do a quick selection to do the splash, and then I color it in white. Now I am an extra splash for the characters. My background work is usually very quick. I don't tend to do more detailed than it should be, because as I told you earlier, I'm a big follower of Frazetta, and he used to. Well, I select some areas from the splash, make it, and use Control U to colorize it. I am adding some drops. As I told you earlier, I don't tend to overwork my background, since as a fan of Rosetta, I used to so look, I am selecting some areas and use a motion blur to make it look in movement and not too stiff. Since the image of the girl, she's a little stiff, even if the hair and the clothes is floating. I don't want the image to look in that way, so I add some some um, some movement with the waves. Also, I said earlier, I like when the images are easy to read. Faceta did a great work with his background was um, great, but simple at the same time, and the backgrounds was a good place for the characters, but it wasn't distracting about the characters. You have keep in mind that when you do a really, really detailed background, it sometimes tends to compete with the character. Now I duplicate the image, trying to add more detail. If you see the idea of the waves is that it's like kinetic movements on anime, where if something moves, usually left lines. This is kinetic movement and kinetic lines, and I trying to do a similar stuff with this, but to help like every view from a distance is going to her. And use overlay in colors to make every color be similar. And now I am doing the lowest part of this image, because remember this is the Venus bird, so it is supposed to be over a shell. And now I will do the sea. As you see, I just do a quick color and then the selection to do the waves, and do a new gradient in the low to give some depth to the water. As you realize at this point, I use the smudge tool in everything. Because that's maybe because when I painting in oils, I used to use my fingers or sometimes a little sponge or another element to blend. I was obsessed with blending over oils, because as you know, oil paintings don't dry quickly. Sometimes a painting can be weeks on dry, so you can do several changes when you want it. This is why I am a bit obsessed with the smudge tool. I am adding a bit of movement. I am checking the sketch I have for the shell, and I'm start to do the selection. I use the gradient tool, and in a new layer I am painting the canals of the shell. And wash and blur is my friend in this point, and wash and blur again. I'm blending these are, this is just to make it look more like a 3D object and less like a painting. I know it's just a selection board. I need to make it look more like more like an illustration. As you see, I work a lot with the selection tool, and once I have the image in the way I want, I use the color bands and Control U, hue saturation to colorize it. I duplicate the image since it's no point in drawing again 2 times, so I can correct it. I add the extra details. By the way, no, it's not. I know I say I am not painting again, but the lights need to be corrected. In the previous version is supposed to be the upper part, and now it's the lower part, so I need to correct that here. Since it's now corrected, I'm not correcting too much, because soon this will be edited in the next step, I am thinking now. See, this was the point. This is a symmetrical image, so I can mix it. Now I just will do the clam. Is a clam, right? I will do the effect of a clam like it's open. I will cut the extra part of the skin. Will make it more like they are interacting. This is a double thing because I want the image, I mean the interior part of the shell to look more organic, but at the same time it helped me to, we can see the gear has a weight. I have extra water by the side, and I am having also extra light reflex over the sea. And then the image is nearly finished. I am adding the last parts, adding some of the last details, and a bit of overlay to make every color be on the same place for the background. And that's it. A bit of shadow. And last corrections of color. Some drops, water drops, to make it look more organic. A bit of interaction between light and It's always good since nothing reads, nothing scream fake like be near to the water and not splashing. This is something I need to add there. This kind of job is very easy to do. I usually do white for, white for. Oh, I will add some shadows to make it look more interactive. Usually to do the drops is easy, as I told you. Use the white part and some blue reflex from the opposite side. I'm talking about opposite side. I'm adding some secondary lights, like the water is reflecting from down to up. So adding a bit of blue on the characters it's okay. I'm adding extra color balance, and that's it. The image is ready. So thank you for watching this. I hope you enjoy the process. Please